Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a very interesting discussion. Representative Davnie, members, I have not seen or heard of a need for this bill, similar to what many people who have spoke before me, I think, have articulated very well. Our school districts are doing a good job dealing with bullying in their schools. A very serious topic, and one that our schools, our administrators, our teachers take very seriously. Mr. Speaker, I've got some questions for Representative Davnie, if he would yield.
He will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, one of the things that I notice in reading the bill and listening to the discussion, and I look at the area of the bill of 2.31 through 2.33, and even the area before that, the intimidating, threatening, abusive, or harmful conduct may involve. And if you'll bear with me, members, and for the benefit of Minnesotans who are out there watching, wondering what today this legislature is now going to do to them, I will read a section of the bill that outlines the plethora of categories that are outlined in this bill that could constitute bullying, and then outline some other things that suggest that the description or definition can go even further. And in the bill it says specifically involves conduct, or conduct may involve but is not limited to conduct that causes physical harm to a student or a student's property, or causes a student to be in reasonable fear of harm to person or property. Then it goes on to say, under Minnesota common law, violates a student's reasonable expectation of privacy, defames a student, or constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress against a student, is directed at any student or students, including those based on a person's actual or perceived race, ethnicity, color, creed, religion, national origin, immigration status, sex, marital status, familial status, socioeconomic status, physical appearance, sexual orientation, including gender identity and expression, academic status related to student performance, disability or status with regard to public assistance, age, or any additional characteristic defined in Chapter 363A. And members, Minnesotans watching, wondering what this legislature is going to do to you, your kids in your schools now. Chapter 363A is the human rights chapter within Minnesota statutes. A long list of items that I cannot begin to even comprehend what many of them mean. Academic status related to student performance. I don't know that we know what that means. But Representative Davnie, if you would, and thank you for agreeing to yield and discuss this. It says that, or any additional characteristics defined in Chapter 363A, and I've read part of 363A, and I don't know if I've captured everything in my reading within that chapter that might relate to this. But then it goes on to say, however, prohibited conduct need not be based on any particular characteristic defined in this paragraph or in Chapter 363A. Representative Davnie, that says to me that bullying can mean anything. Is that what that means, Representative Davnie?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, no. What that means is nobody in Minnesota schools should get bullied. This bill covers every student.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, that's not what the bill says. The bill says, or any additional characteristic defined in Chapter 363A. However, prohibited conduct need not be based on any particular characteristic defined in this paragraph or Chapter 363A. So it says, look at Chapter 363A and find some more definitions that are not particularly in the bill, that long list that I read in the bill. And then it says, if you don't find it in there, it could include other things that are not in there. That's what the bill says. Bullying can include virtually anything from what I read here, Representative Davnie. If the author would continue to yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Davnie, is there anything in this bill that says a student's shoe color, their dog's breed, or the type of car their parents drive cannot be considered as one of the categories that somebody would discuss and potentially inflict emotional distress to about them that could constitute bullying?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, lines 2.22, or more specifically 2.27 through 2.33, enumerate a number of characteristics of students that research, common sense, and experience tells us are more likely to be vulnerable to bullying. But the language on 2.32 and 2.33, however, prohibited conduct need not be based on any particular characteristic defined in this paragraph for Chapter 363A, is the way lawyers say this applies to everybody.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davnie, this language says this applies to anything. It's talking about conduct, not people. It says, however, prohibited conduct. It's not talking about people or individuals. It's talking about the type of conduct. And from what we've learned here, that can include anything. Representative Davnie, as I read this page 2 and the long list of items, many which are not enumerated in the bill or in chapter or in statute, but are inferred in one catch-all, anything counts sentence, it seems like we're increasing the number of things that we describe and prescribe, if you will, in the bill to our schools to define bullying. So we're creating a whole bunch of categories and says it includes all of these things and many that have not yet been described in statute or in the bill. So the question I would have, Representative Davnie, are we encouraging our students by creating more and more and more and more categories that they could become categorized as bullied or bullies? Are we encouraging them to be stronger or weaker by this policy? If he'd yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, the bill explicitly includes language that was touched on earlier by one of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle about working with students to become self-advocates. That makes people stronger. That builds stronger school climates. That allows more students to learn, achieve, and graduate.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Davnie. Well, Representative Davnie, I don't see the word resilience anywhere in your bill. Not one place in the bill does it say that we want to work to make students resilient and stronger and have them learn how to overcome their differences and become stronger because of it. I think we all want that. But your bill doesn't say that. If the author would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He'll yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, on page 3 of the bill, line 3.9, it talks about local district and student policy, says, districts and schools in consultation with students, parents, and community organizations. Now, I'm wondering, Representative Davnie, why do we have community organizations in the bill? I don't know that Pheasants Forever would be interested in talking about bullying policies, nor should they. The Cattlemen's Association probably won't show up either. But students and parents, teachers and administrators, those are the people you would expect there. So I'm curious, why do we explicitly say community organizations, and which community organizations did you have in mind when you wrote the bill?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, you'll notice the language that you've been leaving off on 3.9, to the extent practicable. This is not a requirement. It's to the extent that school districts choose to involve community organizations. I referenced earlier with Representative McDonald my experience teaching in Wright County, where the Lions Club stepped forward and provided a curriculum, social emotional learning curriculum. That's an example of a community organization that at that time at least was engaged in social emotional learning. I know Lions Clubs do quite a few things. I don't know if they're still working on that or not.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Davnie. Well, you know, parents are included, I would expect, in any of the community organizations if they're from that community. Now, this bill just says community organizations. They could be community organizations from anywhere. I guess they could be parents from anywhere as far as that goes. It's really not descript. I just don't see a need for us to say community organizations in the bill. If Representative Davnie would continue to yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Davnie, on page 13 of the bill, I think you had said earlier that we're not collecting data. And as I read lines 13.17 and 13.18, it says that this School Safety Technical Assistance Center, the new layer of government that we are building with this bill as this bill attempts to do things to Minnesota families, schools, and kids. 13.17 says that organization will establish and maintain a central repository for collecting and analyzing information about prohibited conduct. Is there anything there, Representative Davnie, that precludes this School Safety Technical Assistance Center from collecting information about students involved in prohibited conduct?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, they have no authority to do that under this bill.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davnie, that's not how I read it. It says establish and maintain a central repository for collecting and analyzing information about prohibited conduct. The names and other information about students who are bullies or bullied identified in this bill in the respective school districts appears to me to be information about prohibited conduct. So it appears to me that we are collecting, or that organization, it doesn't say that they have to, but it appears that they could collect that information. If Representative Davnie would continue, Mr. Speaker.
I yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Representative Davnie, earlier I thought you talked about that this would encourage school districts to adopt policies or something like that, suggesting it's not a mandate, but rather as this bill attempts to do things to Minnesota schools, kids and teachers and administrators, that it was going to be suggestive to them rather than a mandate. Can you elaborate on that?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Drazkowski. Yes, this legislature frequently passes requirements on school districts. An example would be the teacher evaluation mandate that your party passed when you were last in control. I believe the projections are over $300 million in costs statewide for the implementation of that mandate. This one obviously is much cheaper for school districts, very little cost to school districts. The bill requires school districts to either develop their own policy within the standards or adopt the state model policy. That is their choice. But every student in Minnesota should have access to a school that's safe and welcoming and where they can learn and grow.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Davnie. That's how I read the bill, too. I heard the word encourage earlier, and seems like kind of a deviation from the words that I see in the bill, like on page 4 of the bill, it says each district and school policy implemented under this section must. Page 3 of the bill, it says to the extent practicable that each school district shall adopt and must adopt and implement. And the bottom of page 5, it says districts and schools must establish strategies. This is clearly a mandate bill, and I thank you for confirming that to me, that we are mandating to Minnesota schools, excuse me, that they have to adopt either a policy that conforms to sections, I thought it was 3 through 5 of the bill, or develop or use the state model policy with potential additions to that. And at the same time, I guess I would remind the people of Minnesota, the school board members, the parents, the students, the teachers that are out there watching today, that the bill repeals the existing policy that we have in law, the existing policy that says that you should have your own bullying policy, and the policy that undergirds your existing policy, which I understand every school district in Minnesota currently has. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to my schools in my district, and they've sent me copies of their policies. Their policies have ranged from 8 to 30 pages long, and have gone into quite a bit of detail about the policy that they enact in their schools. And as I talked to the administrators, as a matter of fact, I was at a meeting in Rochester with several members in this room and about 10 or 15 school districts or maybe more, and we talked about this. And not one school district there was asking for a top-down prescriptive bullying policy that the legislature should send to them and force them to implement within their school district. As a matter of fact, they talked extensively about the work that they are doing. As a matter of fact, members, I received a particular email from one of those superintendents, and he talked very passionately about how the process here in the Minnesota legislature seems to come about from a bunch of assumptions that what local schools are doing isn't working or that they're not doing things properly. And I sense some frustration in what he had to write. He outlines assumption one was that schools do not have policies in place for addressing these issues. And then he goes on to say that our district has both a bullying prohibition policy and a harassment and violence prohibition policy in place, and that they have a committee of local stakeholders, I would assume that's parents, that they refer to as their policy review committee, that updates that policy and makes it best conform to the needs that they identify and aim to go forward with addressing within their community. Assumption two, he says, the assumption too that this legislature or maybe the governor's committee to form a bullying bill, I can't remember what the name of it is, assumption two is that schools do not collect data on disciplinary incidents. And he says, we document all disciplinary incidents in our local databases, not just incidents that result in suspension and expulsions. So they do keep track of the problems and do try to learn from that. Assumption three, schools do not use the data they collect on disciplinary incidents to improve their school climate. That's the third assumption that he seemed to observe coming out of this, the Minnesota legislature, as this bullying bill has been formed out. He says, our district uses all data that relates to curriculum, instruction, student achievement, and school climate when shaping our site and district site improvement plans. They use the data properly in making improvements as they go forward in their school district. Assumption four that he's observed, that this legislature, the governor's council on developing a bullying bill and others around this particular topic seem to propagate, and that is that schools do not have systems in place for addressing incidents of bullying and or harassment. And he makes it clear that he says, we have had some clear-cut incidents of bullying and harassment where people have been set on making others' lives miserable. Those types of issues get addressed with severe consequences, including suspension, possible expulsion, and the involvement of law enforcement, along with the recommendation for additional character education. Every report of harassment and or bullying gets investigated. Every single one gets investigated by the local school district. The vast majority of reports that we receive turn out to be conflicts between students that consider each other friends. And when we dig in to find out that those students would like to have some help getting their issues resolved while preserving their friendships. That's what this administrator says. The next assumption that he observes coming out of this process is the assumption that schools do not have systems in place for educating students on how to treat others respectfully and how to actively deal with difficult people. And Mr. Speaker, he goes on to say that we have systems in place for character education at all three of our schools. Lastly, he outlines the assumption that schools do not provide staff development on these issues. And Mr. Speaker, he says our teachers are expected to model the behavior that we expect of our students. We have a very active and strong staff development program. And then he goes on, Mr. Speaker, to elaborate on what that program is. So as I go around and talk to people in my district, the administrators, the teachers, the parents, and others, members, this bill, as Representative Beard, I think, articulated very well, is simply a set of contrived solutions in search of a problem. Our schools, our administrators, our teachers, our parents in our communities who have the most at stake for their students are doing the job, and they're doing it well. Yet we have a top-down bill here. I still don't know exactly where it came from or who's asking for it. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering if Representative Lean would yield for a question, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lean, can you tell me, are there any school districts in your district that are asking for additional bullying legislation?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Driscollowski, from what I understand, this came from a governor's task force on bullying, and that's where the origin of this bill is.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if Representative Lean would yield again.
He will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Lean, are there any school administrators, teachers, or others in your district that have asked for this bill?
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Driscollowski, to my knowledge, the school district, I only have one district, and, they're always concerned about safety, and I think this is a bill that will give them additional tools to address some of these issues, some of these problems that have come up in recent years related to bullying.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lean, I didn't hear any names of school districts from you either, and I suspect that your district is very much like the rest of ours. If Representative McNamer would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McNamer, have any of your school districts asked for this bill or additional legislation to address bullying in your district?
Representative McNamer.
Speaker Thiessen, Representative, no one has specifically asked me.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative McNamer. None in your district either. Mr. Speaker, Representative Faust would yield.
He will yield, yes. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faust have any school administrators or in your district asked for this bullying bill or additional legislation for them to carry out their duty to protect students from bullying in your district?
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for asking me that question, because I'll have to admit the administration is not, but I've heard from a number of students that have said that this is a problem, and they are the ones that are asking for it. They're the ones that are seeing the bullied kids. They're the ones that are being bullied, and they're the ones for which we're passing this bill.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faust, I didn't think so, and it's interesting. I could share a story. I sat down with one of the administrators in my district, school administrator, and he is engaged in a practice that I think is a very good one, a very novel idea. And what he does, he sat down and pointed out what he does is he sits down with the seniors as they're graduating for about 15 minutes for an exit interview. And he did this with his senior class recently. And when he sat down with his with each individual as they came through, he'd ask them, you've gone through this year in our school, through these years in our school. You're on your way to brighter days, to greener pastures, to new exciting things in life. Maybe you can help us understand what we can do better to have a better experience for kids as they come through our school. And it was interesting. He had all kinds of examples of things that people had to say, but he said multiple times the students came up to him and said, Mr. Administrator, you know what? You can time out with the bullying awareness stuff. We get the message. We hear it loud and clear. Your administration the teachers, the culture of our school is doing an outstanding job at addressing this. We are a team in this school. And he heard it multiple times from the students as they went through his office. And so I don't know, Representative Faust, maybe your students had different exit interviews than that particular school, but I have a sense our schools are doing a very good job, and I had a very strong sense in that particular school. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Radinovich would yield.
He will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Radinovich, any school districts in your district that have come to you and said, Representative, we need a bullying bill like this one, or any other bullying bill that needs to come from the legislature in order to make certain that they did a better job than they're already doing? Was any that have asked you that?
Representative Radinovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative Drazkowski. I actually, I was hoping to get this question as well. In fact, I was beginning to get a little bit lonely not being called on in a while. But Representative Faust, I think, hit the nail on the head when he said that, you know, it wasn't administrators coming to us with this problem. And I don't just represent school administrators. I represent teachers and students, and I represent, you know, members of the community where this has been a problem. And in fact, I had an opportunity to be at one of my schools, in fact, my school, Crosby-Ironton, earlier this winter, with another politician who I respect very much, but whose opinion is different from mine on this very issue. And we were engaging with a group of, I think, juniors, politically astute, sort of a civics-type class, and we were talking about potential legislation that this class might be interested in. And this person I was with asked the class if bullying was a problem, and I think that she expected it maybe to not be, or, you know, that maybe that it was an overwrought, you know, thing down here, and all of them immediately said, yes, it is a problem. And so I think that, you know, what we have to do here is have a policy that allows students to go to an environment that's safe and supportive for them so that they have the best opportunity to learn. And, you know, we voted on this last year, and since then this bill has been worked through with a variety of groups, administrative groups, principal groups, school board groups, and I think that we've got a better bill now. And so I'm actually, you know, eager to end this marathon debate and just get on with concurrence, because I think that this is going to be a valuable policy for the students of Minnesota, and I'm eager to support it. So thank you.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Radinovich would yield again.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Radinovich, but you didn't answer my question. Representative Radinovich, have any of your schools asked you for additional laws to tell them how to handle their job of protecting students as they're doing now through their efforts to prevent bullying in their districts? Representative
Radinovich.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Drazkowski, I respect the opinions of all my administrators, and I'm in close contact with the administrative staff and most of the school districts related to my work on the Education Policy Committee. And certainly, you know, they've had input in this process, and I think that every school likes to pride itself on doing a good job by its students, but certainly we've seen examples across the state where some of the bullying policies locally have needed some work, and I think that setting a state minimum standard for you know, to provide a safe and supportive network for the students to be learning in is a prerogative of the state, and I think it's a laudable one. So, you know, whether or not the administrators have come to me of their own volition and asked for this policy, we've engaged them in the process of creating it, and they've had their input. So I appreciate, again, the opportunity to answer the question, and I hope that we've exhausted most of them over there so we can get to the vote. Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard another no. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Erickson would yield.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Erickson, you've been following along with this discussion at home like the rest of us. Have any school administrators in your district come to you suggesting that the efforts they're putting forward in their school district are not sufficient and that they needed legislative direction through the force of law to help them do a better job fulfilling their mandate to address bullying and protect the kids in their district?
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have in my hand a letter from one of my area superintendents. I had 4 of them that came into my classroom close. I used to have meetings in my classroom, in my office, And all four of them, one of them is in Representative Fabian's district, two of them are in Representative Teal's district, and this particular superintendent is not in my district, but he is a very influential administrator. And in this letter, it says they are supporting the bill that came back from the Senate. It's better, they like it, and it works for them. So I take great comfort in that. I also had, to be fair, two superintendents from my district that sent me emails saying they would rather not do it. Okay? So I've had a balance. So it's not really fair to say that all school districts everywhere in the state are not liking this bill. Many of them are very supportive of it. Thank you for the question.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that sounded to me, Representative Erickson, like I don't know if I want to drink that jar of beet juice, but I can choke it down. That's what it sounded like to me. But, Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson would yield again, please.
Yes, he will. Representative Driscollowski.
So, Representative Erickson, thank you. I don't think you answered the question either. The question is, have any of your school districts suggested to you that what they are doing in their district is not properly and adequately addressing bullying, and that they need the legislature to develop more laws in order to fill a void or any other reason to better help them address their responsibilities to protect their students? Have they said to you, go write and support a bill so that we can do a better job here?
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, no, they did not. However, I have 13 school districts that are in my area or border my area and take kids from them. That's 13 administrators. I have a letter from one of the largest ones right here, and I have two of them that sent me kind of mild letters saying they'd really rather not deal with this. That means that 10 of them are neither bothered by this legislation enough to send me an email saying, don't do this. So I take good comfort in that. I also spent an awful long time in the schools. Yes, I can sit and tell stories of my bully that I had back when I was in 6th or 7th grade. They're painful memories. That's 35, 40 years ago. And yes, this is a serious problem, as Representative Radinovich said. It's coming from the students. As Representative Faust said, it's coming from the students. And we just can't say that nobody in the state wants this. I don't think that's very fair.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Erickson, maybe the reason the 10 administrators didn't call, write, or email you is that they're busy doing what they do best, and that is looking out for their schools and their kids like they do every day, and that they're committed to doing, rather than being interfered by a legislature that seems to be tone deaf to the reality that they have the best interests of their students in mind, much better than anything that bureaucrats and elected officials from St. Paul can dictate to them through a prescriptive bill that once again brings the force of law to bear on them. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Seltzer would yield.
She will yield. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Seltzer, any school administrators in your district suggesting that they can't properly do their job unless you pass a bill to force them to do things like these things that are outlined in this bill?
Representative Seltzer.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, thank you for your question. As the former school board chair, I say that I would welcome this bill, and also that I was just called out of the chamber by a student from one of my school districts who has been working with a group of students for the entire year for the passage of this bill. And so I represent all those students. I represent the teachers in Education Minnesota, is supporting this bill. I represent the social workers in my district, and the Social Workers Association is supporting this bill. I am a former school board member, and the Minnesota School Boards Association is supporting this bill, as is the Minnesota Association of School Administrators, which speak for schools administrators, as is the Association of Metropolitan School Districts, which specifically, and I was a board member of that organization also, which specifically represents administrators and school board members from my area.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Seltzer would yield again.
She will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Seltzer, you haven't answered my question either. The question was, have any of your school districts asked for additional legislation because what they're doing supposedly isn't working?
Representative Seltzer.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, I think I just answered your question. The Association for Metropolitan School Districts and the Association of Minnesota School Administrators supports this bill. So it's not necessary for every individual school district, school administrator to come to their representative.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Seltzer yield one last time?
She will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Seltzer, which of those organizations looks after the kids in your school?
Do you know
Representative Seltzer.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representatives. Do you know what all those organizations, many of which I was a part of, and as a former teacher, I will say that all of the groups that I named look out for the welfare of the students in our schools, and I am so proud that today I have students here from my school districts waiting for the passage of this bill because they are looking out for the welfare of future generations of students.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Swazinski would yield, Mr. Speaker.
I'll start one. I'm sorry, I missed that, Representative Driscollowski.
Representative Swazinski, if he would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Swazinski, can you tell us, in your district, have you had any school administrators suggest to you that they need this 13 or 14 page prescriptive from St. Paul directed to them bill to address bullying, suggesting that they're not doing the job properly in their district?
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Swazinski.
Representative Driscollowski, no, I have not. In fact, just the opposite. I, along with Representative McNamer over there, has not heard from any of my administrators asking for this portion of legislation. In fact, I've had actually resounding appeals to not go down this road. They feel that, when you're taking an overarching, when you're from rural areas like as myself, 3 or 4 hours separated from the Twin Cities, the last people they expect to be able to do a better job of protecting their kids is a bureaucrat in St. Paul, rather than a locally elected official, people that know the parents, know the kids, and know the situations that they're dealing with in their school districts. As a matter of fact, I went out of my way, rather than wait for those administrators to contact me, I contacted them. I went and visited with them. I went and joined them in Minneapolis when they had their school board association meeting, and met with most of the districts that felt that they were compelled to come and visit. We do that every year. And to a number, I would say everyone that showed up was deeply disappointed with what some of the work and the direction this legislature was taking, and they asked me to represent rural Minnesota and vote no. So.
Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Swazinski. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Sawatsky would yield.
She will. Representative Driscollowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sawatsky, are there school administrators in your district asking you to go to St. Paul to write prescriptive bills to tell them how to properly handle bullying?
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. I am so happy to be back in the room because I've been hearing you've been asking teachers. I'd like to ask, have you spent an 8-hour day in your public school? I'm a special ed teacher, And my students can get bullied, and they are bullied. And they bully other people too. It's sometimes a two-way street. This is a problem that we have. So I'm here to do the right thing. And I'm here to help all students. And if this bill helps one student feel safer to go into a public school building, I'm all for it. Because we want students to graduate from high school, get educated, and be productive citizens. So if this is the start in the right direction, I'm all for it. And if it's not, we'll come back next year and I'll help fix it. But I'm a special ed teacher, and I don't want my kids to be bullied. I don't want a third grade kid to be bullied on the playground. I don't want a senior. I don't want a fat girl, a skinny girl, somebody who has short hair, long hair to be bullied. You're right. This is a serious problem that we have. So I'm here to do the right thing.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Sawatsky continue to yield?
I'm sure she would, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Sawatsky. That's good to hear from you. So, Representative Sawatsky, what is it about current law that is precluding your administrators from properly handling bullying in their district, like seemingly every other district in Minnesota seems to be doing so well at?
Representative Sawatsky.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, the task at hand is we were given a directive from the governor, and the governor said we need to do something. We have a 37-word law on the books. He gave the people of Minnesota a task. A task force was created, a task force met, and a task force of people across the state of Minnesota did their job. Now, if we want to talk about the ins and outs of looking between the lines, we can continue to do that. You know, I'm frustrated because I'm a teacher, and I brought all kinds of work with me, so this is fun. I'm getting a lot of work done today. That's what a teacher does. They come prepared and over-prepared. So I'm ready to go, but I'm here I've been kind of talking about this to some of my folks in the back row here, but I would consider this a pro-life bill. I consider the anti-bully bill a pro-life bill. If it can save one child from dying, I'm for this bill. Let's try it.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If Representative Sawatsky would yield.
She will yield, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Sawatsky, your passion is unquestioned here today, but the question is, do your superintendents want you to support this bill? Do they want you to develop bills like this? Or, I guess I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, members, this bill has been out here for how many weeks? We've been here 8 weeks. Actually, we started it last year. And truthfully, my superintendent hasn't reached out to me at all. We did go to our school board meeting in January, and my superintendent said, you know, he wasn't real thrilled with the bill that we passed off the floor, but guess what? It's been changed. So he's had opportunities to visit with me. We've emailed back and forth. He was supposed to be here tomorrow night, but he already told me he can't be here tomorrow for whatever dinner we have tomorrow night, and then the next day to come and visit with his legislators. So he had the opportunity to say no, vote no. That's my principle. Newland and Spicer, he's had the opportunity to write me an email. We write back and forth about a lot of things. He hasn't said vote no. So it's a two-way street. I respect both of those school districts and their abilities to relate to me and to communicate with me. And at this point, there's not an issue.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Sawatsky, from what I heard, it sounds like the answer is no. They have not asked you to write or support legislation to bring more rules and regulations from St. Paul down to Wilmer and other places like that in your district. I suspect that your administrators are doing a good job looking after the safety and interests of their kids as they do each and every day, and as administrators, teachers, and others across Minnesota do each and every other day to prevent bullying and preserve the safety of their kids. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Sawatsky would yield again.
She will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sawatsky, you heard the discussion about speech earlier. Do you believe that if somebody wears a T-shirt into school and another kid is somehow offended by the speech on that T-shirt, that second kid should be that should be considered a bullying activity?
Representative Sawatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, our students wear all kinds of things to school when they wear their pants below their waistlines so I can see their boxers. We have the right to tell them to pull it up. We give them a belt if they don't want to do that. I'm a teacher. I do this every day. If I don't like, we don't allow bra straps to be showing. If they do, they go to the office, we give them a T-shirt or a bully shirt, anti-bully shirt. We have black ones that have all kinds of people's names from businesses in town saying they don't condone bullying. So students have to be prepared and dressed appropriately. They can wear black. They can wear blue. They can wear red. They can't wear bandanas. They can't have one pant leg rolled up 2 or 3 rolls and the other one down. They can't wear a blue shoelace or a red shoelace, gang-related colors, that kind of thing. We do have some restrictions on how they can dress, but it's all written out in our policy book. So the freedom of speech thing, we allow our kids to wear crosses, necklaces, earrings that dangle. We allow our kids to wear studs. We allow our kids to wear hoodies. We allow our kids to wear sandals. We allow our Somali students to wear their clothing that is according to their culture. So if they're dressed appropriately and it's not offensive, we don't allow shirts that have marijuana leaves on them. We don't allow students that might show inappropriate finger. We don't allow our students to, do you want me to go on? It's just appropriate behavior. We allow teachers to, and expect teachers to report or send those students to the social worker, the guidance office, to the principal, to the assistant principal, to the dean. Any of those people in the office will take care of inappropriate clothing. And also, if they don't comply, home gets called. And so we have good communication between school and home. If there's inappropriate language, we don't allow that. Sometimes I take that student off and say, you know what, you're too pretty of a gal, or you're too nice of a guy to be using those kinds of words in front of other students. I don't like to hear it. Please, you don't use it either. So we do need to be a little bit checks and balance. We're still the adults. They're still the kids. They're going to make mistakes. But that's what we're there for, to help them, guide them, shape them in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Sawatsky continue to yield?
Yes, she will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Sawatsky. Well, I think you're getting warm. What I would like to know is, if a student calls another student a name that is not normally something that would be profane or anything like that, but happens to be maybe a name that they don't like to be called, maybe a nickname or something like that, and they call that student a name over and over again, is that bullying?
Representative Swatsky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, if it's appropriate or inappropriate, we take care of it.
Representative Skalski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wondering if Representative Creasure would yield, Mr. Speaker.
He's not there. Representative Skalski.
How about Representative Anderson M., Mr. Speaker?
Yes, he will yield.
Representative Anderson, can you tell us, in your district, are the superintendents coming to you saying that they are inadequate in their ability to properly look after the safety of their kids, that they need you to come here and write a prescriptive bill so that they can do a better job?
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Drazkowski, not one. I've got a relatively large district with a lot of small school districts within it, and I stay in contact with them. The only communication I've had regarding this bill came from one of my superintendents. And to answer your question, no, he did not approach me. I, like several other of our colleagues, asked him about the bill. And this is a quote right from him. He says, small and medium-sized districts don't have the administrative staff to implement and maintain all of the mandates within this bill. Either someone else gets pushed aside or we will have to add staff. That's the only correspondence I've received. So anybody really looking for added bullying policies that aren't currently in place, no, I have not heard a word.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Anderson. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Creasure would yield, I believe he's back in the body.
Representative Creasure will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Creasure, have you had any superintendents or other staff at school districts come clamoring to you to write into law additional prescriptive language that tells them how to properly deal with bullying in their district?
Representative Creasure.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Drazkowski, for asking that question. No. Of all the 9 school districts, and I've talked to all of them, principals, teachers, and superintendents, they've all asked that they continue to use their local policies. They believe their local policies are in place and doing fine. And even to that point, I have one school district, Swanville, Minnesota, who actually invited me out as the students rolled out an anti-bullying pep rally, and the students took it under their advisement and in their hands to tackle this problem. And as I was leaving the gym, a number of students came up to me and said, you know, we can handle our own here. And I thought that was just very encouraging.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Creasure. Well, members, a ray of hope. A ray of hope from Representative Creasure. Local people can actually do the job. Mr. Speaker, wondering if Representative Erickson S. would yield.
She will. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Erickson have any of your administrators come to you and suggested that what we have in law is not working properly? They don't have the ability, for some odd reason, to do what they're required to do unless you come and write more rules, regulations, and the force of law to tell them how to do it?
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, Representative Drazkowski. No, my administrators haven't asked me, and my teachers haven't asked me. In fact, I want to say this publicly. I do not get endorsed by Education Minnesota. In the classroom, almost 35 years, dues-paying member, card-carrying union member, but I've never been endorsed by Education Minnesota, and yet every union member who's come to my office has asked me to vote no on this bullying bill. They don't want it. They don't need it. In my school districts, they're doing a fabulous job, and teachers are leading the charge, and students don't want this either. I have Rachel's Challenge. I have Always. I have character education throughout my district. And these kids thrive on those programs. So, Representative Drazkowski and every member in this chamber, here's a non-endorsed union member saying
My union members don't want this. Thank you for asking.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Erickson. Mr. Speaker, if Representative Hertaus would yield.
He will yield. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hertaus, what have you heard in your district?
Representative Hertaus.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Drazkowski, thanks for asking that question. You know, going back to last year when this bill was first introduced in a rather proactive way, in our district we have 11 school districts that serve the district between the A and the B side. We got together, Senator Osmek, Representative Pugh, and myself created invitations for all of the school districts to attend a seminar and to talk about the various issues that were important to the schools, among them of which was bullying. We had one forum that was held at the West Tonka High School last year. We had another one that was held at the Minnetonka District Office this year. We also had a number of town hall forums in which citizens were invited to come. But with respect to your particular question, each of the superintendents that did attend, and I will admit that not all of them could make it collectively at one time, but all of them were concerned about the unfunded mandates, about the bureaucracy of what was going to be required in terms of extra staff time to do all of the reporting, and I understand that the bill has been amended somewhat now to reduce some of that reporting. But they all said that they all have their own model bully policies, that they deal with it, that it's not a problem, it's not something that they felt the state should be directly involved with, and really resented the lack of local control and establishing a statewide school board. So that was the message that we heard. And just to follow up, I've received no less than 500 emails from constituents, and I think Representative Pugh probably would attest to the same. Senator Osmek has received that many. Folks and constituents really want parental involvement, and they don't want this legislation. Thank you for asking.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for your discussion on this topic. As we can see, members, Mr. Speaker, the people of Minnesota are not asking for this bill. The notion that I heard from some members suggesting that, oh, we need to do this bill because they aren't saying we don't want it, that lines up in perfect parallel with the nature of this bill, members. This bill is objectively offensive. And this bill, like the bullying activity itself, where somebody who is bullying somebody else, it is not right to bully somebody else because they fail to say, I don't want you to do that. It is not right to bully somebody because they fail to tell you that that's not what they want. Similarly, members, it's not right for this legislature to bring this objectively offensive bully bill into the face of our schools, our teachers, our students, and our families for the reason that they say that they are not asking for it or that they are not objecting to it. So I heard members say, well, they're not objecting to it, so we should pass it and give it to them. Members, that behavior is bullying. And members, this bill is taking into question the ability of our people in our school districts to do their job, and it's telling them that they are not doing it properly. This is a bully bill. It's a $50 million unfunded mandate on our schools. The people of Minnesota don't want this. Members, join me in voting no to concur.
Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard quite a number of people comment on the idea that we don't need this because our schools are doing such an effective job, that the superintendents are not asking for it, and so on. And so I wanted to circle back to why we are doing this bill. We have to go back a few years because the whole national attention to start paying attention to the pervasive problem of bullying in schools began with the school shootings. And you may not know this, but actually our first school shooting in Minnesota was quite some time ago. It was 1966 in Grand Rapids. When we say that a district doesn't want to do it, doesn't think they need to do it, doesn't see any reason to do it, that doesn't actually prove whether or not there's an issue in that district. Because we have heard from the students, from the alumni, from the parents, that there is a problem, that they do want to see a solution, that they do want this to be taken care of. In 2013, we had a survey of students, and students reported that in the last 30 days, for special ed students, 1 in 5 had been bullied. This is why we see organizations such as ARC of Greater Twin Cities, ARC of Minnesota, the Autism Society of Minnesota, Children's Hospitals and Clinics, Consortium for Citizens with Disability, the Courage Center, the Minnesota Association of Academy of Pediatrics, Minnesota Association for Children's Mental Health, the Minnesota State Council on Disabilities, NAMI, PACER, and Suicide Awareness Voices of Education among the groups that were in the consortium to come together and get the language for this bill originally. Among our Somali students, 1 in 3 report having been bullied in the last 30 days over their religion. And so one of the organizations on the list of the consortium is the Confederation of the Somali Community. There are also a number of religious organizations on the list. And among our LGBT students, 3 in 5 report having been bullied in the last 30 days. So yes, Outfront Minnesota is a big sponsor of this bill, as are a number of LGBT organizations, because they care about those kids. I care about the kids with disabilities. I care about the kids that are bullied because of their race. I care about the LGBT kids that are bullied. I care about all the kids. Some kids are bullied just for some random reason because somebody decided they look like a kid that they could do it to. 13% of the students report having been cyberbullied in the last 30 days. So why do we care? Well, I mentioned the school shootings. That's, of course, the most outrageous, horrible, tragic consequence. We have students who attempt or commit suicide. A student who has been bullied is twice as likely to commit or attempt suicide as a student who is not. Students drop out of school. Students avoid school. They suffer from depression and anxiety and a whole host of medical conditions that can go with that, or it would exacerbate any underlying condition. We've had a lot of arguments that really upset me because they trivialize this. Oh, everybody gets bullied. Well, everybody doesn't get bullied to the same extent. And for some people, it's much more devastating than others. And for some people, the solution is not to go and sock the guy in the nose. This absolutely is not for the benefit of any superintendent. It is not for the benefit of any superintendent. Not very much of our education policy law is. It's for the benefit of the students, and it's for the benefit of every single one of the students in the state. And many of them came and testified. We heard some gut-wrenching testimony from some of these guys. And so this is why we do need this. If it were effective, we wouldn't have these statistics. I urge you to vote yes.
Representative Leidiger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I should start off by saying that I agree with a lot of the Democrats that stood up. I didn't have any of my school administrators come to me and ask for this bill either. As a matter of fact, when I met with the superintendents, they said we do not need this bill. We have good policies. Now that's the nature of my district. One of the schools graduates at a rate of 99.5%, and they have a good policy. They don't have the severe problems that several of you did bring up, and I think what that really does is speak to the problem with this bill, which is one size does not fit all. There's over 300 districts. We have different people across the state. And, here we have trained really good superintendents, good principals, great teachers. For those of you that lived outside the state, and I did for a long time, Minnesota was always, in the lead in our education system. And yes, there are problems that we have, but they differ with each district. That's the biggest problem with this thing. This sets up a huge infrastructure that, it doesn't work everywhere. In fact, I would say that there are probably some districts that need a lot more than what's being suggested here. And there's others that, they've already got a policy. They don't need this mandate because there's actually other things that work a lot better. The real problem is, we've talked about local control, and I am 100% for local control. The problem with this bill is, you talk about, you will do local control, and you will control the way the state wants you to control. That's what this bill does. It's setting up an infrastructure which is huge, and it mandates things that don't fit in a lot of the schools. When I looked at this whole thing, and it didn't really occur to me until later on in the discussion after several representatives talked about the ills of various different stipulations in the bill, that I finally realized, I've seen this before. I've seen something very much like this before. And it was really, I felt it was really about 30 years ago probably, and it was really during the Cold War. And I know we've got 30 teachers in here, we've got lawyers. Okay, I'm a military guy, I've got a background in that, so I'm going to use that. We all bring with us our experiences. And we did a lot of studying back in the 70s when I was at the academy, and then afterwards in the 80s. And part of I was in operations, and others were in engineering and elsewhere, but I was in operations. And part of my training was about, we had to know our strengths and our weaknesses of both our fleet and the other fleet. And I'm going to do this quick because I don't want to, go on and on. But I do want to make this analogy. You look at a ship. A ship has its captain. It's got its officers, the department heads, just like principals. And you have various officers like teachers, and these crews average at about 400 people. Okay, it's a small school. The only real difference is, on a ship, it's mobile, right? Well, when we send out and this really speaks to the differences of the strengths and weaknesses of the two fleets during the Cold War. The U.S. sent our ships out. We gave them phenomenal instructions, and each ship, came up with their policies. Yes, we gave them the guidelines. We told them what they had to come up with. We gave them assistance, but they ran those vessels. And there was a very big difference between all the free countries around the world, which patterned on how they organized their ships on the British fleet, which I know all you educators know this. But the Soviets, they did it differently. And there was one term, one word that really differentiated our fleet from theirs, and that was trust. In America, we trusted our fleet, we trusted our superintendents, we trusted our principals, we gave them directive, and they went out and they did the job. The Soviets, they did not trust. And they set up the commissars on their ships. They ran a total organization separate from what we had learned from the British and how to run various different departments and run a very smooth organization. Well, the Soviets, they didn't trust their people, so they set up a separate organization. Anybody ever see the movie Hunt for Red October? Those two ships? Okay, you saw the American ship, you saw the Soviet ship, you saw the Soviets had this commissar, and it was all about political climate. It was all about political correctness, and it was all about thought control. Well, I got to tell you, that's where, when I read this, that's what this feels like. That's what this seems like. It's setting up a whole infrastructure into our school organizations because we don't trust our superintendents, we don't trust our principals to do the job. So we have to put this in there. The one-size-fits-all bill. We don't need this in my district. There's a lot of districts we don't need this in. And yet, it's being force-fed. One of the things in the bill that really scares me is on page 333 to 336. And it talks about, consistent with its applicable policies and practices, each district and school under this subdivision must discuss its policy with students, school personnel, and volunteers, and provide appropriate training for all the school personnel to prevent, identify, and respond to prohibited conduct. And districts and schools must establish this on a routine basis. And then, of course, it refers to the kinds of things that it's got to talk about. So it's forcing the teaching to the students of materials that then they talk about on page 4, from 420 to 428. And now what happens is we're forcing the schools to teach things just for the sole purpose of being able to identify what is possibly bullying. Now we're talking about teaching something in schools that shouldn't be taught in schools to these young kids. And it opens up a huge bag of worms. And once again, yes, some of this stuff should happen, but it should happen where it needs to happen, in districts that might need that. But there's so many districts that don't, and that's the problem. It goes right back to this idea of one size fits all. which is why this infrastructure, why this bill doesn't work. And this is why so many people stand up and rail against it. It should not be concurred with. It needs to go back, fix this bill. And then you'll get more people on board. But right now, it's not a bipartisan bill. We know that. And it just scares me when I look over across the aisle and I see great guys, great gals, and where are you that stand up and say, I see your point. A lot of materials that get forced in through this should not be allowed to the young kids. It's just so wrong. Where are you men? When are you going to stand up and say, this is something we shouldn't do? On our side, we had great floor speeches. One of the best ones were Representative Beard. He stood up, he totally explained it, laid it out, how it is working, how we currently have a working system. And this is going to have huge unintended consequences. Now, we've got problems. They need to be fixed. But I don't want kids growing up, getting out in the workforce, going into the Navy or wherever, and, look around for the climate control centers if they've got a problem. Now, that's been talked about already, but I wanted to repeat that because I fear for that. I want the state of Minnesota to contribute, as it always has, to our nation, has well in the past, and I want to see that happen in the future. We've got great people. We educate them well. The nation's going to need our people in all walks of life. And I'm afraid that this is going to hurt this state. So with that, once again, I'm just going to say my superintendents don't want this. This can be done another way. Thank you.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened a lot here, but I want to go back to just something that I've learned over the years. A while back, a wise man told me, John, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should do something. Taking it more figuratively, just because we can do something doesn't mean that we should do something. I've been involved with a lot of policy decisions and with a lot of opportunities in which I've had opportunities to make decisions for policy, and that's always something that I stuck with. And I look at this bill, I looked at it last year, and since then I look at, well, why is the bill brought forward? What is it? Just because we can do it, or is there a reason for it? And I thought to myself, well, maybe there's something that's broke. Maybe there's something that really needs to be fixed. And so I said, well, maybe we don't have an anti-bullying bill. Maybe there's nobody in the school systems doing it. And then I find out, no, actually, every school district already has one. It's been worked out through the Minnesota School Boards Association, and they know that it is something that continually needs to be worked, but they've all done it and are working with it. I happen to know a lot of school board members. I think all of you know that is a kind of a thankless job. School board members aren't in it because they're getting paid or that they are doing it just to have a good time. They're in it because they care about kids, just like you and I care about the kids. They are not wanting to have any of the kids bullied as well, and they're doing everything that they can. So it can't be that school boards are keeping a blind eye to it. I have read in many of the magazine articles and newspaper articles that Minnesota has one of the weakest bullying policies, and I look into it and into the article as to how they determined it, and the only thing that they say is because our definition of bullying is only 37 words long. Really?
the brevity of the definition makes it weak, makes it less effective? I don't think so. From my experience around here, we tend to be very verbose, a lot of us, and our legislation seems to have a lot of words to it. It didn't make it any more effective. Matter of fact, when I was going through English, I was asked to be concise, to be brief, that you could say more with less, oftentimes. And so I think that's a good example for us to use. I've been trying to find out if maybe Minnesota has a higher incidence of bullying than other states. I haven't found that to be the case either. Yeah, we have statistics about how much bullying is and about the comparatives, but again, we're asking the kids to tell us what they're bullying. I have a 5-year-old grandson that says that once in a while Grandpa and Grandma bullies him too. And so sometimes it just is about the maturity of people as we ask as well. I heard earlier a discussion that Representative Fabian and Representative Davnie had talked about in regards to effectiveness and whether or not there are some school districts that are already doing effective anti-bullying policies and procedures. And it begged the question to me, how do we determine what is effectiveness? What are the rules? What are the matrix? What are the ways in which we decide what is effective? I see Representative Davnie is not here. I'd like to ask him that question sometime when he comes back to the floor, because I think
he is here, Representative
Petersburg.
Petersburg.
Thank you. If he would be willing to yield to a few questions.
He will be, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Representative Davnie. Earlier, I think the discussion was that there are school districts that are being effective in this, and I'm wondering, do you have, or can you share with us how you determined or how the group determined what is effective and what isn't?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Petersburg, there now is a body of research, peer-reviewed research and best practices that defines, that gives us guidance on effective interventions to prevent and respond to bullying and ineffective ones.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davnie. I think that helps, because I think the next question is, are we having any thoughts about the future 2 years from now, and using those same parameters to see if the current bill is going to also be effective, and would that be something that we would want to look at?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Petersburg, the School Technical Assistance Center, is the place that will work on as a resource for school districts on what the research is. It also works on, as has been pointed out, qualitative and quantitative data collection and analysis. It is sunsetted in 2019. There are 2 cycles of the Minnesota Student Survey between now and 2019. That was the rationale for putting the sunset at that date. That will give us some data, qualitative data in that case, on how we're doing with reducing the incidence of school bullying in Minnesota.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And would he yield for just one more question?
He will, yes. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you. Could you give me a kind of a handle or a feel on how rampant bullying is today compared to just a few years ago? As Representative Uruso said, it was bad then. Is it just as bad now, or have we made some progress to that area?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure this is allowed under the House rules, but Representative Uruso reviewed the current statistics just a few minutes ago, and there would be a direct response to Representative Petersburg's question. May I yield to her, or is that not allowed?
No, you can't yield to her.
Okay. Representative Petersburg, if you were listening to Representative Uruso, she did a very good job of that. One of the key challenges today is the rising incidence of cyberbullying. Used to be, if something bad happened between you and I at school, it got left at school. Now it follows me on my cell phone, on my Facebook page, on internet pages, in digital photographs and the like. That's one of the real challenges now, is the far more pernicious and repeated nature of the bullying because of the internet and social media.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, that raised one more question that if Representative Davnie would just yield one more time.
He will.
The question then becomes, if this bullying is about something that's not in the school, would you say that that makes it much more difficult for the school to direct policies regarding to social activity that's coming from outside the school district into the school system?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Representative Petersburg. It's actually no different than today. If you and I are high schoolers and we have a fight at the movie theater on Friday night, that's not the school's responsibility. If you and I get into it on social media on Friday night, that's not the school's responsibility. But if in that Friday night fist fight, you tell me if I come to school on Monday, you're going to go after me and bring your friends again, and I'm then materially and substantially disrupted in my educational experience, that's when the school steps in, when it affects the school climate, and students' education.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that was very enlightening to realize that school systems may not be able to deal with the bullying outside of the school system. And sometimes it does come in, and I think they have policies already set up to it. It was interesting earlier when Representative McDonald asked a question similar to how would you define bullying, and I know it was done in tongue-in-cheek, but it says last 4 hours. And we all had a big giggle about that. But the reality is that exactly is how it happens, that we misinterpret what bullying is and what isn't, and how context and how important the teachers are in this. Representative Swatsky said something also that I think was extremely valuable here about how well the current system is working in her school, how well that she does understanding the kids that are in her school and how she needs to deal with them to deal with the bullying issue. It seems to me that is a clear example of that the current policy is working. Now, we can argue that sometimes the policies aren't enforced, but that would be no different than this current bill. We also have really very little ways of developing ways of enforcing it as well. To the point, though, is I think our best way of controlling any education and any social activity is in the classroom. As you know, school systems generally don't like to expel kids because they lose all ability to be able to control behavior, to help them learn, etc. So they like keeping them in school. Why is that? Because they then get to impact their behavior. And I think that's very important for us to remember. We do have the best teachers in the United States. We have people just like Representative Swatsky that really care and have passion about those kids. And I'm very surprised that the party that really is interested in labor and teachers would want to add additional restrictions and additional things that they must do in order to maintain a policy that is set up in a model policy that this particular bill has. And so that surprises me a little bit. I think most teachers, and even some that I've talked to, would much rather see the $500,000 a year that this is going to cost go on to the formula, or be able to allow for infrastructure or facility needs. And then, of course, the unfunded mandate portion of it that each school district has, they would also like to see that go for really helping kids, because they do know what's going on in their school, they do know what's going on in their classroom, and I believe that they can do this. I'm also concerned a little bit about the due process and policy. We're talking about young kids here who oftentimes are not mature enough to really know what they're doing, and yet they can be so easily labeled as to bullying or those that are being picked on. And once you label somebody, and you all know this, it sticks with you for a long time. We're going to hear a bill later about expungement. I have seen nothing in this bill that allows that expungement of a fifth grader or fourth grader who was classified as being bullied being left out of their school records. So I'm very concerned about that. Now, I did also hear something a little earlier which answered the question, why this bill, why now? You heard Representative Driscowski talk about, well, who asked you to do this? Did school board members ask you to do this? Did superintendents ask us to do that? No. Again, this statement was made, and I believe it was made by Representative Swatsky, that the governor asked us to do this. And so we're going to do this because the governor asked us to do that. Is that really what we want to do? Is just because the governor says we need to do something, we don't need to justify why it's better, how it's going to work better, what's going to happen when we already have a program that in all comments have been made so far is that it is working, maybe just not to the extent that some people would like it to. Do we think that bullying can be eliminated overnight by just changing a policy to say, hey, we're going to change this a little bit? I don't think so. In closing, as I said earlier, just because we can do something doesn't mean we should do something. Just because collectively this body has ability to legislate doesn't mean that we should. Are we really fixing a problem? Or are we creating a problem to be fixed? Are we heightening the issue of bullying, or are we making it better? Just because we have the legislative authority to do so doesn't mean that we run over the rights of parents and youth to be involved with their personal rights, being able to have free speech. So I ask you again, what are we really doing?
Representative Quam, what purpose are you rising for?
Mr. Speaker, a point of order.
State your point of order.
According to the Permanent House Rules 4.03H, and as previously determined by the Speaker and upheld in a vote by the body on 3/4/2013, sequence number 395. On that date, it was determined by the Speaker and upheld that any amendment that moved money within a bill was out of order, in this being a concurrence, which was amended by the Senate, and the House is taking up the acceptance of the amended language. I therefore ask the Speaker to find this concurrence out of order.
The point of order is not well taken. Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was about 2 seconds away from finishing. I just really think that because we can do something, we ought not to. We really need to be looking at, is this just supplanting a policy that we already have? If indeed the system is already working and we are having reductions in the instances of bullying,
Representative Quam, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Petersburg got on with his debate. We passed that. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this issue hits home for me closer than most anybody here in this chamber. I'm probably one of the only members that actually had my children in a school during a school shooting. So you would believe that my school district would be all over wanting to have this done. My teachers would want this. Not the case. I would think that if there's any school district, my school district has figured out that how important this issue is. But I do, you'd think after all these questions going on, that after all this time that all the questions had been asked and answered, and maybe they have, but I do have a couple of questions if Representative Davnie would yield.
He will yield. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davnie, on page 3 of the bill, I see a lot of must conform and must adopt and must establish. And I understand that some of the penalties that would have been in place on this bill are not there. But my question is does 127A.42, reduction of aid for violation of law, apply to this section of this statute?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, no.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if the author would continue to yield.
Here you go, Representative Howe.
Can you say why not? I don't understand. I see that other sections of that are referenced here, just that not exactly 4.2, but why doesn't that section of law apply to this violation of law, where it actually says noncompliance with a mandatory rule of general application promulgated by the Commissioner in accordance with statute, you lose aid. Why doesn't that apply to this statute?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Howe, because this is statute. 124A.42, I believe is the statute you're referencing, covers rule. As I've stated previously, the Commissioner has no rulemaking authority in House File 826, and the Commissioner of Education has no general rulemaking authority. That provision of state statute does not apply because this is not a rule, this is a proposed statute.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that's true, and I'm glad we established that. I guess I've got one other question then. Does the Minnesota State School Board model policy on bullying meet the requirements of line 1.2 to line 3.12 to 3.14, where it says they must establish a policy? Does the Minnesota State School Board model policy apply, and does it fit? Is it approved?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Howe, the current MSBA model policy would not include all the enumerated groups that are here, but the MSBA is supportive of concurrence on this motion.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, last session I had some folks in my office to talk about this bill when we were working on it last session, and they had told me that they had a friend whose brother was being bullied, and he was afraid to report it. His family was afraid to report it because they were fearful of retaliation. So I went to the school, went to the principal, who wasn't thrilled to see me come in, but I went and talked to him. I had thought that at that time that it had been reported in some fashion. It hadn't been reported at all. He had no knowledge of the situation. So I explained to him what was going on. Within days, I got a report back from that person that was in my office. The situation was, it was all taken care of. So I do believe that we need to do maybe an education with our students to have them have the intestinal fortitude to step forward and report these situations. This session, I had some students in my office asking me to support this legislation. They asked me how many students have to kill themselves before this legislation is passed. And I asked them, have they read the current statute? The answer was no. I asked them if they'd read their current school policy on bullying. The answer was no. Of course, at that time, I hadn't read that school's policy on bullying. But I did read it. And it happened to be the Minnesota State School Board Association's model policy on bullying. And I think it's very good. So, and I had challenged those students to go and read that policy, read the current statute, and contact me with what they thought it was missing. And I told them that we would work together, and if they thought there was holes in that policy, that I would go with them to the school board, and we would implement a change to that policy. In fact, I told them that we would go to every school in my district, and we would change the policy in every one of those school districts that had an issue that wasn't meeting their needs in their policy. None of them got back to me. But they all had a problem. They were all pushing to get this thing passed. I see that there's a problem in education of our students, of our policy. I'll admit that. But I don't think that our current, this bill will actually address that. I actually think that it'll actually harm that. Would Representative Davnie stand for one more question?
He will. Representative Howe.
And I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it so we can hear it and make sure. Is there anything in here that requires parental notification?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Howe. The language in the bill regarding parental notification is current law.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, and I'll tell you my experience with parental notification. I had back when I had a son in elementary school, I found out he got kicked out of choir. So I called up the school and said I wanted a meeting with the choir instructor. And I went to school, and he had all kinds of reasons why my son got kicked out of choir. And I looked at him and I said, well, why didn't you call me? I said, you think my son is in choir because he wants to be in choir? I said, that wasn't his choice. This is his last chance to be in choir. That's why he's in choir, because I wanted him there. I said, you gave him just what he wanted. He got out of choir because he didn't want to be here. So he roughhoused a little bit, did some things wrong, so you would kick him out. You need to call me because I've got a little bit of influence what happens at home and what he gets the opportunity to do and not do if he's not pulling his weight and doing what he needs to do at school. So it took us a little discussion, but guess what? He finished school in choir. And the teacher realized that if he wanted to effect change in motivation and attitude of my son in his class, all he had to do was pick up the phone and call me, and my son would get an attitude adjustment in a real hurry. Now, I know not all, but he expressed to me that not all parents are like me, and a lot of parents blame the teacher and blame the school on all the problems that our children have. So I really believe that this doesn't go where it needs to go. We probably should be helping our parents understand what parenting is all about, but I think as my dad used to say, that cow has left the barn. But Representative Davnie, what I've heard you say a lot is you trust our school boards and you trust our school administrators. I don't think this is an example of trust. I think this is an example that you don't trust them. That if they don't follow and they don't do what you think is right, that you're going to come in and make it right. So I don't think your definition of trust and my definition of trust is the same thing. I also heard you talk about the cyberbullying, and that continues on after it leaves the school. They take their cell phones and that smartphone, and that cyberbullying continues on. Well, I'm not real smart on these smartphones that I carry around and my laptop, but I do believe that it's possible. Yeah, I used to have an old one. My brother talked me into getting something new, but the problem is I do believe it's possible to block people from sending you emails. And I do believe it's possible to block or I think they call it unfriend on Facebook. I'm not too good with that. I'm not good with Facebook, but I believe you can unfriend some people so you don't have to see those comments. So there's technology there that can help these kids that are getting bullied to be successful and not seeing that when they leave school. But members, I have no administration. I have had no teachers. I've had a handful of students come to me. But those students have not been informed about the policies and procedures that are currently in place to help them. So members, I urge you to not concur with this motion. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's ready. Thank you, members.
Reverend Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot of testimony, but I also believe that I'm not doing my job if I don't share my district's concerns. This past fall, I took the opportunity to visit a couple of my schools, one being Discovery, where the principal is Kurt Rock, and the other Apollo, where the principal is Charles Eisenreich. It was a wonderful adventure to go tour the schools, and in fact, one of them kind of wondered why I was there. But I had a wonderful chat and a wonderful tour, and what really impressed me the most when I asked the question, how is your bullying policy and how do you feel about the law, both just beamed and said, we're doing a great job. In fact, Apollo recently won an award for their bullying policy, and one of the reasons they work so hard on it is that several years ago they did have quite a few problems with bullying, and so they've worked very hard. I think one of the things we miss with mandating all this stuff is we don't have a big buy-in from our schools. They have to do it. But when you talk to them and say, how's your bullying policy, and they're really proud of it, and they say, hey, we won an award, they have a buy-in that you don't get from mandates. And I think we're missing a big part of that by not engaging our schools further. I think we serve everyone in Minnesota. When we ask our schools, what do you like about your policy? What's bad? What do you need to know? And have a good gathering session where everybody's brainstorming and coming up with the good parts of the policies we already have in place. I think we do a better job when we engage our schools and say, what do you really need? What are we missing? And how do we better serve our students? And I don't see that happening. More and more often, I think our schools are feeling like I feel in my office, that I've got this extra chair, and that extra chair is the state of Minnesota. And they have to be there to make sure that I do my job, and I do all my reporting, and I do all the regulating, and I do all this stuff. And I think it's time that we quit doing this, and we take that extra chair out of their office and say, be your wonderful creative self. We're taking all the creativity and fun out of the jobs of these principals and superintendents. I heard from the school board too, and they're not on board with this. They feel it's going to be burdensome. And to me, that doesn't really feel like they're going to have a buy-in in this, and they aren't going to be excited to do this. I think that's when things fail, when we don't have the buy-in. We really need to get these people engaged and get their exciting. I just really think we're missing out by not engaging these groups and having them be a part of the conversation. I also have a problem with what this is going to cost the school districts. I feel this is another opportunity where they're going to have to spend money and not have it being with the kids. They need so much money, especially in St. Cloud. We've got a very diverse population. They have a lot of needs that aren't met, and yet here we are doing a mandate that's going to take some more money away from the groups we really need to help. I'm very concerned Discovery has a hard time making ends meet. And here we are mandating something that could cost the district up to $350,000 a year. I'm very concerned about that because there are other needs that are greater. I shouldn't say greater. I'm very confident in what Principal Rock has said, that they have a really good policy. I'm comfortable and I trust that they are true to their word. So I would rather take that money and put it into the areas that they need the most help. I'm not cool with that part of it. I think it's really egregious that we're taking money away from the kids who need it, who have special needs, that have English learning to do. It's just amazing to me what they have to do with what they have. I'm also concerned about the notification to the parents. My sons are my husband's kids, basically. When we grew up and we did something that our parents didn't agree with, they always said, I hope when you grow up you have kids just like you. Well, we have my husband's sons. And they weren't straight A students. They got in some trouble. And I found out through one of them, by accident, that there was an issue at school. And it turned out that they were being actually harassed and bullied, and unfortunately didn't have the best response, and therefore the person who was actually after them turned them in for bullying. I didn't find out about it until one of the kids accidentally said something, and I looked into it further, and I made some phone calls, and I found out what was happening. And I just made it very clear to the people that I spoke with that it wasn't okay for me to not know what was happening to my sons. At that time, they were probably a junior and sophomore, junior and freshman, something like that in high school. I was very involved in what they did, and I was very disappointed that I didn't get a phone call or something saying that, hey, there's something going on involving your sons. We missed the boat on that a lot. Yes, there's a lot of parents that don't engage, but there are a lot that do. And I think we do a great disservice to everyone by not making sure that parents receive notification. We need to do a better job with that. There's a lot of reasons people get bullied. I was bullied a lot as a kid. And there were people that I knew that I could go to, and people that I knew that would help me out, and you seek those people out. We didn't have bullying policies. It was basically, that's the way it is, deal with it, and we found our ways to do it. Is that the right way? No. But when I talk to the people in my district, they're very pleased with what they are doing right now. They're very proud of it. They're proud of their awards. And I don't feel like I'm doing them a good service by supporting something like what we have in front of us. I don't think it does a great job of addressing what our needs are, and I don't think it does a great job in addressing the needs of our schools. Thank you, members.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we've had a long discussion on this bill, but I felt compelled to stand and address some of the concerns that I have as I've read through the bill. And before I get into some of the concerns that I have, I did have one clarifying question, if Representative Davnie would yield.
He will yield. Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davnie, on the first page of the bill, when it's referencing on school transportation, when any bullying incident occurs on school transportation, I'm just curious, would that also affect private schools that use state funding for their buses? If an incident occurred on a private school bus, would then that private school be subject to the provisions in this bill?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wills. Current school bullying policy, state bullying policy applies to school buses as well, because those are seen as an extension of the public schools. Private schools, of course, the money goes to the student. Private schools are not covered under this law. Therefore, private school bus transportation is not covered under this law.
Representative Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davnie. I appreciate that clarification because I did have a concern about that. And I know further in the bill, it does clarify also that this section does not apply to homeschoolers or non-public schools unless
a school-age child voluntarily participates in the public school, so if they're taking a class such as an extracurricular class, band, or maybe soccer or something, then they would be subject to the anti-bullying policy in this bill, if I understand that correctly. And so I'm still concerned about that piece, but in reading through the bill, I wanted to raise a concern that I had with the fact that this is an unsession, and this bill is taking us from a 37-word provision that is working as a foundational statewide policy that school districts use to create their own policy that are working for their districts. And this bill has about 37,000 words. We're adding the state statute and making it more, in my mind, confusing as I'm reading through the language in how to actually implement an effective anti-bullying policy. And members, I wanted to bring your attention to a couple of areas in the bill where I have concerns with the changes in the language from when it left the House floor last session to what we have here in front of us today. And one of those is the issue that many members brought up about parental notification. In our language that left the House floor last session, it was very clear that there was a presumption that the school district or the school official would notify the parent if any student was affected by alleged prohibited conduct. And then it went on to say that there was also the option that if it was in the best interest of the child for the parents not to know, then that could be handled that way. But it was initially very clear that the presumption was that the parent would be notified. And when the language came back from the Senate, as I've been reading through this bill and looking at that language, it seems to make it more confusing, where it starts out the language saying, at the school administrator's discretion, that there's a presumption that the school district or the school official would notify the parent. And it puts it backwards, and in my mind, it takes away that presumed notification to parents. And as I'm reading through emails that I'm receiving from parents in my district and meeting with constituents, that's one issue that they keep bringing up. They're very concerned about that. And in fact, I had a couple in my office, an older couple, about a week ago, coming in to tell me that they supported this bill and wanted me to support it as well. And I asked them if they had read the bill, and they hadn't. And so I laid out my concerns with the bill, with the lack of parental notification, the fact that it's very comprehensive and overly prescriptive and adds more burden and cost to our school districts, and also the language that talks about protected classes. And we'll get to that here. It's on page 2 of the bill. And my concern with having a list like this is that if a child doesn't directly fall under this list, that they would not be protected if this bill became law. And in talking to this couple, they saw those concerns, and they agreed that that was a problem. And I was looking at the language, and it says here on lines 2.26 and 2.27 that if this bullying is affecting a child, specifically any student or students, and then including, and it goes on with that list. And I told this couple I would like to see language that protects every child, not a child that falls into a specific category. And I'd like to see it just finish at that sentence, any student or students. Members, we need to have effective policies that protect all children. And looking at this language, I have serious concerns that this bill would do that if it became law. And so, members, I don't know how many of you have actually read this bill, but I've read through it, and it just makes it more confusing and complicated for our school districts to be able to implement. And members, I want to remind you that bullying is going down in our state. There was recently a statewide survey that we received results on, and the results were published in my local newspaper. And the heading was that bullying is down in Rosemount schools. The policies that are in place in my school district are working, and they have a comprehensive policy that works for their district. Districts across the state are not all the same and are not facing all the same challenges, and that's why it's so critical to allow the districts the local control to be able to focus on what they need and what works best for those students in that district. And I can certainly, if you're interested, share with you the policy that District 196 has, as well as the process and procedure that they have in place for a student to report if there's a bullying incident or if they feel like they're being bullied. And I looked over the information that my superintendent sent, and it does require that that child provide their name. This bill allows for anonymous reporting. In my mind, this goes backwards and does not address bullying the way that it needs to be addressed. In the end, members, I have serious concerns with how this would actually get implemented, and I don't see how this is going to actually reduce bullying when the policies we have in place are already working. I think this would get more and more confusing for districts and for parents, and if parents are being left out of the equation. And another point that I want to make sure that I bring up is, as this bill left the House floor last session, there was an amendment that was offered and accepted. It was offered by Representative Holberg to ensure that we had data privacy protection. That entire amendment was stripped out before it came back to us from the Senate. And it clarified protection over all of the data that would be processed by the local school districts. Members, I have concerns about how the data is going to be handled if this bill is implemented, and if that's going to come back and haunt students later on in life, if that data is being stored in this, well, it used to be a student climate center, and it's now called a student something technical center. I think the student climate center was a much more clear term for it. And so it's just getting more and more confusing as it comes back from the Senate. Members, a lot of us have talked tonight about local control. The author of the bill has talked about local control, and that we're trying to make sure that we're giving the districts the authority and the tools that they need to be able to implement effective policies to educate our students. And if that's true, I don't think that this bill is the right approach to do that. I think it's taking away that local control. And I'm not opposed to an effective and appropriate anti-bullying policy, but members, this is not the right way to do this. And with the additional funding that we're providing to districts in last year's education bill, and also in this bill if that gets passed into law, that money should be going into the classrooms to help educate our children, to be closing the achievement gap, not to have to deal with additional paperwork burdens because of this bill that we have before us today. So members, I have a lot of concerns. I have a lot of concerns that I'm hearing from the constituents in my district, and even in talking to my superintendent, what they have is working, and this would further complicate and add challenges to them to be able to effectively address bullying in our district. So members, I can't support the bill, and I ask you to not concur.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I have a lot of concerns with this bill myself. I have been bullied. I was bullied in school. It's not a fun or enjoyable experience. But I was able to get through that. I'm wondering if Representative Davnie is yield for a couple questions.
He will. Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Davnie, I've been reading this bill and going through it. On line 2.11, in the definition of bullying, it says objectively offensive. Can you just define what that means? I've been trying to go through and try to figure out what it means and how you define it.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Johnson. The phrase objectively offensive is a legal phrase that has a long history, tradition, and experience in Supreme Court decisions. Our administrators, teachers, and other school staff will be trained to define it and, most importantly, to apply it to each unique situation.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Davnie, or Devine, I'm sorry. I actually Googled that. In the Criminal Code of the United States, they have a definition for it. But I couldn't read it. It's 80 pages long. Just to define objectively offensive. How many hours of classroom are all our school officials going to have to do just to figure out what the definition of objectively offensive is? Representative Davnie, earlier, you did an explanation of the definition of bullying in your eyes for Representative Peppin, using Representative Abler as an example. Where to get to bullying, you actually had to physically grab the person because he didn't like Representative Abler's hair and throw him up against the locker. And to me, that would be an act done with the intent to cause fear in another or immediate bodily harm. Representative Davnie, do you believe that is the proper definition for bullying?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, if you look on starting line 2.10, you'll find the definition of bullying that I'm proposing in House File 826.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Davnie, the definition I just gave is what you described to Representative Peppin. That's not bullying, that's assault. That's already a crime. I have another definition, maybe that'll be close to what you believe is bullying as well. Repeated incidents of insensitive or unwanted words or gestures or acts that have substantial adverse effect or are intended to have substantial adverse effect on the safety, security, privacy of another. Representative Davnie, do you believe that is a definition of bullying?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, if you look on the bill starting on line 2.10, you'll see the definition of bullying that I'm proposing in House File 826.
Representative Johnson.
Members, that's the definition of harassment. It's also a crime. Basically, what the definition of bullying we have in here is already a crime. Objectively offensive, that takes lawyers to figure out what that means. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm having a difficult time just trying to figure that out. Representative Davnie, would you yield for a couple more questions, please?
He will. Representative Johnson.
Representative Davnie, another question I have with objectively offensive, as to who decides what that's going to be, whether it's going to be the school board, the superintendent, the principal, the teacher, the staff who sees something, the parent of the possible victim or the parent of the possible suspect in this. Can you tell me who makes the decision if the act is objectively offensive?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, I want to focus first on the word you just used, suspect. I respect the fact that you're a retired police officer, but we're talking about students, not suspects. We're talking about behavior and discipline, not crimes. So I think we need to step back and reframe away from a strictly legalistic structure about crime and punishment, because what we know is when we hook more kids into the juvenile justice system, they often suffer negative consequences that outweigh the benefits. And we have to tread very carefully about when a behavior between two students in a school crosses the line from something that administrators, teachers, and other school staff, along with those families, deal with, and when it becomes something that has to involve authorities. There's some times when it needs to cross, when it has crossed that line. There's times when there's some significant downsides for everyone involved, when we instead bring in the authorities and take it away from parents, teachers, and administrators. As to your question, it's the teachers and administrators who will be implementing this policy under the local guidance of school district policy.
Representative Johnson.
Representative Davnie, you were correct. It's heartbreaking habits that I've done for almost 28 years. These are kids, they're children, they're our kids. They're going to be, some of them hopefully going to be down here as future leaders for this great state. Now, I'm just wondering, we're going to have this policy, what happens to these children goes on their permanent records. A parent might not agree with it. They have no options. Representative Davnie, is there an appeals process for this program?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, the bill is silent on data retention policies. Those are governed by other statutes, state and federal, and school district policy.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, that's what I was afraid of. There is no appeal process if a parent feels their child was improperly, had information put on their permanent records because somebody else thought it was bullying. There's no due process for these kids. There's no due process for the parents. This brings me to another section of this bill that I'm concerned about. On lines 4.14 through 4.16, it requires a school employee who witnesses prohibitive conduct or possesses reliable information that would lead to reasonable person to suspect that a student is a target of prohibited conduct, and to make a reasonable effort to resolve it. I can only think of one TV show that used to be on, Hogan's Heroes. I'm thinking of Sergeant Schultz, who doesn't want to see anything because he's afraid of a lawsuit. Because the only remedy a parent has to protect their child is through the courts, through a lawsuit. Besides the $20 to $40 million that these schools have in unfunded mandates, that doesn't even cover the lawsuits and the legal costs that's going to come of this. We've already seen this happening. I believe it was Anoka School District, Anoka Hennepin. They've already been sued for these issues. It costs the school district a lot of money. It costs the taxpayers of that school district a lot of money. And this doesn't resolve the issue. This bill doesn't resolve the issue. It's just more mandates on the schools, costing our kids money that could be in their classroom, money that could give them a better education. We already have some of the best teachers in this country here, and we're going to be tying their hands and taking money out of their classrooms that they could be using to educate our kids. This is actually going backwards. I want to keep those dollars in that classroom. That's where they belong. My school district, the taxes went up this year. They went up dramatically. The school district I live in fact, most of my school district cannot afford any more hits on mandates by the state. There's too many mandates on them already. They had to hire more staff because of all the mandates on them, keeping the money out of the classroom. It's costing our kids their education. One of the most important things our kids can get is a good education. We need to make sure they get a good education, and the policies and the laws that we have now are doing that. The schools are required to have a policy on bullying, and they do. And it's working. The actual bullying statistics are going down. It's getting less common. We're having kids that understand it and are learning from it and how to do it and how to deal with it. It's getting less. This is just going to take money away from our kids, taking money out of the classroom, costing our kids the education they need. This bill doesn't require any reporting to parents. As a police officer, we deal with kids. We're required to notify them. And are there times that parents get upset at their kids? Yes, I'm grateful to get upset at their kids because that means they're good parents generally. They're getting after their kids. They're holding their kids responsible. I actually caught a child doing a burglary at 2 o'clock in the morning. Caught him inside the store with his duffel bag full of property. Hauled him down to the sheriff's office, called his parents. Dad was mad because I was waking him up. I said, I apologize for waking him up, and asked him to come down and pick up his son who just did a burglary. He emphatically denied that his son was sitting right next to me. I asked him to go check his room. I don't have to. I know he's there. After a few minutes, he finally said, okay, I'll go check. He comes back. Yeah, my son is here. He's in bed sleeping like I told you. At that point, I had handed the phone to his son, and his son begged and pleaded for his father to come and pick him up. When the father got down there, he was not mad at his son for doing a burglary. He was mad at me because I caught him, and I bothered him to come and pick up his son. That's the wrong type of parents we need. Those are the parents we need to educate. We need to notify these parents, and parent notification, I believe, should be required. Because without the parents' help, bullying will not stop. Members, I urge you not to concur with this bill. This is the wrong bill, and this is the wrong time for this. The current law is working. Bullying is going down. Let's keep it going down.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a real-time email that came in a short time ago, or my legislative aide brought it over. As my name is a female person, I am a first-grade teacher in Richfield Dual Language School. Even though you may feel bullied by the endless nonsense that you have been subjected to for the last 7 hours, and I do, I commend you and others for having the patience to listen to it. I am writing to show my support of the Safe and Supportive School Act, HF826. I'm glad to see the Minnesota legislators are working hard to help ensure students feel protected and valued at school. I've been teaching for 4 years, and I have tried different strategies to reduce bullying, mostly by implementing and using the responsive classroom philosophy. Even so, I witness bullying going on all too often, even among the sweet 7-year-olds whom I teach. In my school and in my district and all over the state, I notice discrepancies in how bullying is handled or not handled. I think students and teachers need clear direction and policies in order to reduce bullying. I ask that you not only support the Safe and Supportive Schools bill, but that you help ensure that the bill is sufficiently funded and supported by the government. If we really want to help our students, we need to fully train teachers and administrators in the best practice for stopping bullying. If training is not funded, teachers will continue to do what they have done in the past. If that happens, the bill will become just another policy that can't be followed due to lack of funding, and bullying will continue to occur. Thank you for taking the time to read my words, and I appreciate your support of the Safe and Supportive Schools. A little more positive from somebody that's actually practicing out in the field. Thank you.
Representative Anderson, M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I keep looking at the name of this, the title of this whole bill, the Safe and Supportive Schools. And I'm really bothered by that. Names mean a lot. But I just kind of wonder, is this just more slick marketing? Or is this false advertising? There isn't one policy that we can create in this body that can guarantee the outcome 100% of what we seem to be trying to solve here as an objective. And yet we can write more and more statutes about this. Obviously, the last one, I guess, didn't work. But as one of our members talked about tonight, I think it was Representative McDonald said earlier, most of this bill is basically a copy of the last bill, with a few exceptions. Now, I was in the back earlier when somebody had just happened to be talking about legislative intent. So I didn't quite hear the full discussion of that. But sitting in the Education Policy Committee last year, when this bill first came in, I discovered what the legislative intent was the day I was handed a button. And it wasn't by any pastor's kids or military kids, or even in my district, farm kids, which got picked on quite a bit by we call the city kids. Of course, a city in our area was any town with a couple thousand people. So the legislative intent was on full parade that day. And it was, what do they call them? Out front. Now, I don't know if there's an out front chapter in my district, so it's not a real out front organization up there. And I'm not trying to identify them, but I'm just looking at the legislative intent. So the other thing that we've been told is that this new bill will protect diversity. Again, I find that just fascinating coming from this body. This body loves to praise itself for being diverse. Yet every day, when I see a clergy standing behind that front desk, I'm appalled because their own speech is suppressed. It's as if we are bullying our own clergy before the start of each session. That really seems unworthy of us. We're supposed to be adults. We're supposed to be diverse. Oh, well, you can say anything you want. We can talk about a guy named Cesar Chavez? I don't know. We can boldly come out and use that name, but heaven forbid you ever use the J word in this body. Really, that's how we've become. Today I was kind of proud at the pastor that spoke. He got about as close as I've ever heard of a real prayer coming from this body. I commend him. A little bit earlier, somebody else was talking about speech in this bill and how it's going to suppress free speech. Well, the day that this bill first came to the Education Committee, I asked one of the testifiers a question. I asked, and forgive me because I do not recall the name of this person, but I asked one question to start this. I said, do you know the name Lucy Van Pelt? And at that time, our helpful representative Davnie leaned over because she didn't know, and he says, Lucy from Charlie Brown. So I proceeded. I asked this question. Now, granted, this is a cartoon character, and every Christmas we see this Christmas special. Can I say Christmas in here? Is that okay? Just checking. Every Christmas, Charlie Brown is called a blockhead. And I asked the testifier, if in this instance, every Christmas I watch this, would Lucy Van Pelt, under this bill, be charged with bullying for a name, just name calling? And the testifier's answer was yes. Folks, that's suppression. That's free speech. I'm not real happy about it, despite the fact that it's a cartoon character. But as long as we're talking about things that are drawn, earlier I asked Representative Gruenhagen, can I actually look at this book that everybody's been talking about tonight? He's got it on his desk. And it says right in the corner, this is for 10 years and up. Not in my house, folks. Granted, that's just an illustration. Oh, and by the way, did you folks know that Glenn Gruenhagen was on the school board? Just seeing who's awake here. Oh, 16 years, yes, thank you. You win the prize. You heard me talk earlier when Representative Drazkowski brought up the subject of my own school districts. Again, nobody there is asking for this. It's not an issue up there. They seem to have a rock-solid program in place. And if they follow it, there really shouldn't be any incidences. Now, we can sit in here and we can redefine bullying. We can add more and more classifications of people to fit underneath this definition of bullying. Does it help? Again, the farm kids in my own district got picked on so much. And Lord help me, I was probably one of the quote, city kids that picked on them too. To the point where I was talking to one of my constituents in the district this past summer. His son was one of my classmates. And he wanted to quit school, in about 10th grade. Because he was picked on. He was bullied. We didn't have a bullying policy back then. We were just told, hey, don't do it. But again, what in the old bill would have prevented any of this? So what do? We come up with policies. Yeah, well, let's write more policies because that'll work. Because the last one didn't work, we'll do it again. Well, will new policies really fix the problem? Well, the government always seems to think so. We have problems federally with our own immigration. Well, let's write more policy. We'll call it reform. I got an idea. Why don't we just follow the old policy first? Oh, we can't do that. We need to legislate. We have policies and procedures for hijacking airplanes. But yet, to this day, airplanes still get hijacked. How can that be? We had a policy. That shouldn't happen. We're adults. And again, we're still looking for this 100% guarantee. Everything should be guaranteed. Nobody should be bullied. I'm bullied. Everybody in here has been bullied. I remember listening to Representative Ward talk about being bullied. That's really bad. It's a bad thing. I really felt bad for you that day, John. Just the courage for you to do that. You're awesome. Currently, we already have a law that's out there. It implements policies. All schools have been required to do this. If they're not following it, why would they follow the next one? What do we seem to think that, or who do we think that we are, that if they didn't follow it before, they're going to follow it now? Maybe we could attach a $20,000 fine, just like these watering permits that are coming. And again, I just want to say that just because a certain group has now been reclassified and basically been listed in the bill, will this guarantee that this issue will fully be resolved? No. I can't vote for this. And I can guarantee that if this goes through, next year we'll still hear about bullying incidences in the same groups that we're hearing about today. What's going to change? Nothing. We'll pat ourselves on the back for passing another bill. Hey, can score another one for the home team. But my summary on this whole thing is that this has kind of been the way I've witnessing this whole body since I've come here. This is really a rift between rural and metro, because especially the rural. Representative Drazkowski was calling out a lot of rural representatives here tonight. We're not hearing this out there. There's a lot of rhetoric that's been spread around that, but I don't think it's really worthy of all of us. I guess last thing I can just say is that since this first even came to the Education Policy Committee last year, I feel that I've wasted a lot of time on this. Just follow the policies we have, and people will just be fine. This is what I hear from my own district. We've got it under control. Please don't mandate this for us. I'm against this whole thing.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moran.
Madam Chair, members, thank you. First, I just want to thank Representative Davnie for bringing this bill forward. It is really clear to me that, it is really important to have strong, safe, supportive school environments available for our kids to attend, where they can be nurtured, they can thrive, and they can have what they need to be successful in school without fear of being bullied or intimidated. So I just want to thank you, Representative Davnie, for bringing this bill forward today. And as much as I know and believe that this is a bill that we need to debate, think about, implement, enact, I also want to just share some of what I am feeling because of the bill, as much as it is needed. And really what I feel so deep within inside that I have to speak on what it is that I'm feeling.
And a lot of it is based out of, which I clearly know that this bill does not go in that direction, but as we debate this bill, I reflect so much on zero tolerance and what happened because of a bill that was enacted because we wanted to create these safe environments. But what I know, what came about from that legislation was the impact that it had on communities of color disproportionately. And as I saw so many of our young students out of school more than they were in school. And so I just feel a need to share that, but also share some of the concerns that I have heard from parents and students in my district about the bullying bill, and especially as we look at Asian refugees who are so often sometimes smaller, quieter, the English language is not as fluent as many of us, and they are bullied. They are bullied within their school. You know, as much as schools would like to keep our kids safe, it's not always done. So I wanted to share with you just a comment that was texted to me from a member of my community that says that the Minnesota Department of Education reports that 54% of Asian Americans reported bullying in the classroom compared to 31% of their white peers. And what they are hearing from the Korean refugee kids who are getting bullied, that they are afraid to go to school. They're asking to be moved to new schools. And again, they talked about the fact that in the Asian community, how small in size they are. They're limited. They speak limited English, and they don't always get the help that they need. And because Minnesota is home to large refugee communities, we don't need to hear from administrators. We don't always need to hear from teachers to tell us to support and act like this. We only need to hear from the parents and the children who live in communities that we seek to represent. Bullying is a serious issue that affects students' health, school climate, and the academic achievement, especially in this age when we're talking about disparities. We need to tackle this issue. So on both sides, I feel conflicted that we need a bill like this to ensure that we are keeping kids safe, that they are in an environment where they want to go to school so they can achieve. On the other hand, I am concerned about communities of color being disproportionately impacted, whether or not administrations and school will follow through to keep the kids, not just the ones who are targeted, but those who are doing the bullying, to give them the tools and the resources they need so that they can come back into an environment where they are helping to solve the problems that they have created. I didn't see the restorative justice language in the bills anymore, and I know there's other form of language there, but it's all up to interpretation, and what that means can mean different for different people. So my hope is that as we go forward with this bill, and I will support, I have full support of this bill, but I wanted to speak on behalf of what I was concerned about, and my hope as we work our way through this bill, that the supporters and the advocates who are supporting this bill, that I want you to help me watch this unfold in the community so that we can ensure that every child has the opportunity to be successful in school, to reduce the disparities that are coming out of communities of color, and that we are giving educators, administrators, tools, along with children, and most importantly, we have to give parents the tools that they need also, so they can be engaged and involved in the solution of creating safe nurturing, strong, supportive environments. And so, as I end, and I will end this, and I don't want to belabor this any longer, but I know and I truly believe that this bill is coming with good intent. And it is for the purpose that has been stated from Representative Davnie, and the work and the time and the effort that has been put in this, because kids are being bullied. They are. And it's really, really important that we are, as a state, have environments, have school environments where kids can go in ready to learn, be supportive, feel safe, and that they have a body within that school that's going to support that. So again, just thank you so much. And advocates, I'm looking for you to roll this out in the community in a way that's going to be powerful. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rep. Davnie, for sitting here all day long. I just have a few technical questions. I think the message of this is not necessary is out there. And I do believe this has good intentions. I just am always concerned about unintended consequences. I see that happening a lot in the 4 short years I've been here. The technical question, if Rep. Davnie would yield.
He will yield. Okay. Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at subdivision 4, and there's a lot of policy language, and you've got points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I won't read them, but you can kind of see a lot of questions have been brought up about liability. Is there a person that's going to have maybe undue burden of liability on some of these requirements? Also, towards the end, I'm wondering how you enforce something like tailored to a particular incident, prohibits reprisals of retaliation, what happens if that's false, anonymous reporting, and what's appropriate. So these are just kind of vague things. I know we've discussed this through the day. I just wonder specifically how to enforce that. So then I go up to 4.5, and it says each district must submit an electronic copy of the conduct policy to the commissioner, and that's fine. And then I go to line 6.32. It says periodically reviewing the district and school programs. So I'm kind of wondering, the schools submit to the commissioner, and then the commissioner reviews, and then there's policy, stated here in subdivision 4. What happens if there is non-compliance?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kiefer, allow me to respond to your question, but in part also respond to Representative Moran's comments of just a moment ago. When the Governor's Task Force was meeting, there was a real push by some members of the task force to establish a private right of action for targets of bullying to be able to get, I always refer to it as the HOV lane to the courthouse. They'd get the speed lane to the courthouse and be able to sue schools for not adequately responding to bullying. We argued against that, and in the end, as you can see in the bill, it explicitly states this bill establishes no private right of action. And my response to those members of the task force who wanted something stronger, my response to you and my response to Representative Moran is that this bill provides a set of tools for administrators, school staff, students, and parents, and no policy we write is enforced better than by an active, engaged students, parents, teachers, and administrators committed to creating safe and supportive schools for all of Minnesota's children.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You guys did that really fast. Okay, I just have one more question, if Representative Davnie would yield.
He will. Representative Kiefer.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, after hearing your answer, I just kind of feel like you're saying again, this might not be necessary. But, okay, let's go to line 2.13, and it says behavior and conduct is repeated or forms a pattern. So I guess my question is, do we have some kind of guideline of how many incidences a student would be given a free pass or whatever before they're labeled a bully? Is there a number?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kiefer, the bill really doesn't look to label people bullies. I think there's some folks in the world who have a framework in how they view things that want to label children, they want to punish, they want to, come down hard. The spirit of the bill and the explicit language of the bill focuses on remedial and restorative practices, not labeling, not punishment, but restorative and remedial practices. In Minnesota, we usually, if there's 3 people over there, we often will say, well, there's a couple of folks over there.
Representative Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so I don't know that you really answered my question, but is there, so you're just going to leave it to the school district's discretion of how many times there might be a report before the student goes into remediation, or do they go in immediately, which would mean the conduct maybe, well, that wouldn't be repeated if it's the first time. Thank you.
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Representative Kiefer. Representative Kiefer, to begin with, I would anticipate that if there's a behavioral incident that the schools would respond. And in fact, House File 826 empowers teachers and other school staff, in part by training and in part through definition, to respond initially to those incidents and guide children, as they do today, to more positive and appropriate behavior.
6, 7 people. Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to Representative Johnson's testimony just triggered I guess, a few questions that I had. A couple years ago, my daughter, when she was 17, she was being bullied. And it started off with cyberbullying. And I guess the question that I have from the author, because when it came to our attention as parents, and then when we got involved, the law was very, I guess, cloudy. It was not clear when it came to cyberbullying. And there was a specific thing that started with, and I argued with people who were in authority, and it was the comment came across Facebook. And it commented on her being buck-toothed and ugly. I said that was bullying. People of authority said it was free speech. Would the author yield for a question?
He will, yes. Representative Hamilton.
In that scenario, who was right, me or the authorities?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hamilton, remember in the bill, starting on 2.10, we've got a definition of bullying, but also keep in mind that we establish a high bar, that the behavior under the definition of prohibited conduct has to materially and substantially negatively impact the student's education, access to educational opportunity, and the like.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, to the author, please, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I am a father. My daughter read this on Facebook. She was in tears. I said it was bullying. The authorities said it was free speech. According to this, who is right? Me as a father or the authorities? Was it bullying, that specific line on Facebook? Was it bullying or was it free speech? Could you please answer that?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hamilton, we've got a lot in common. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm a father, too. Again, the local school authorities are going to make that determination. The fact that it does or does not meet the definition of bullying does not prohibit a teacher or administrator from intervening with the actor and talking to them about their behavior.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a bill before us, and like it said, 100 times here on the House floor, nobody wants bullying to take place, right? Nobody wants bullying to take place. What we're asking for from the author and from anybody else who authored this bill is we're looking for clear direction. And, you know, until this escalated, and finally there was a text that was sent talking about smashing skulls, and I kid you not, that's when we were able to put forth terroristic threat charges and whatever the case may be, because this individual was over the age of 21 that finally weighed in. But the problem that happened then is that when he sent the text to the individual that received it, the individual that received it was up in the cities when they received the text. So then law enforcement back home didn't understand where the jurisdiction lied. So was it in Minneapolis where you received the text, or was it back home? So there was some, I guess it wasn't clear. And so you're asking us to weigh in on this, and we're asking you direct questions on what is bullying and what is free speech, and I'm not getting a clear answer, and that in itself is alarming. And again, this came across on Facebook. My daughter, she was in absolute tears. And as parents, you know, we finally weighed in on this, and we came down on legally, took every legal channel we possibly could, reached out to the schools, reached out to the attorney, or excuse me, the county attorney and personal attorneys, and we came down on these individuals, like I said, through all legal venues, very, very hard, had restraining orders and everything else on them. But again, the point when this was initially found, when we initially discovered it, it was a simple, just words coming across the computer through Facebook. And we said that's bullying because my child was in tears. But they're saying, no, it was free speech. And so that's where I'm asking you as the author, give us clear direction. And I'm not an attorney, so I'm asking just whether or not, where's the line drawn when it comes to free speech and when it comes to bullying? That's my question. Care to respond?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hamilton, you just identified that the other individual involved was over the age of 21. Under our K-12 laws, we allow students in some situations to attend our public schools and for them to receive funding for that up until the age of 21. The scope of this bill is exclusively on student behavior, students attending public schools. Your daughter is a lucky girl because you took appropriate behavior, or excuse me, appropriate steps, thank you very much, appropriate steps in protecting her. But students outside of school engaging in inappropriate speech is not covered in the scope of this bill.
Representative Hamilton.
And Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that clarification. I need to be clear as well. There's 3 people that were involved. One was 17, one was 18, one was 21. So the one that was over 21, we could come after them with terroristic threat charges. The ones that were 17 and 18 were the ones that were saying the negative things on Facebook. And that's, like I said, is that freedom of speech, or is that bullying? And that's what I'm looking for you as far as to make that clear, because the authorities back home wasn't sure on that. They were asking for specific direction. And I guess today, you being the author, I'm asking you if you could please provide us with specific direction on that as well. Where's the line drawn in the sand? Because you're saying there's going to be a board put together or whatever to try to determine this, but they're going to look towards us as legislators to get direction back to them. And if yourself or any other co-authors on here can't clearly define where that line's being drawn, how can we expect somebody else to do that? If you'd yield.
He will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hamilton, you're asking for a bright, clear line in a very difficult and complex area of law. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a teacher. I'm a father like you. I cannot provide clear, bright lines that apply to each and every situation. It does sound, however, like this was repeated behavior by students in your daughter's school that caused material and substantial negative impact on her school experience. But I can't tell for certain because you haven't provided enough information. The question really before us at this time is, do we trust our school administrators, our school boards, and our teachers to apply this definition, these exemplars that we're provided, and their training in each unique situation? I do.
Representative Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my next question would be, as a parent, we were notified, and we were able to get involved with this as well. And we're very supportive of our children. We always have been. Can you help me understand, and this is sincere because I didn't serve on any of the committees that it came through, help me understand why I, as a parent, would not be informed if my children were being bullied or doing the bullying.
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hamilton. The language in the bill is current law on guiding the area of parental notification, with added an explicit presumption that parents will be notified. Current law states that administrators an individual includes a parent or guardian, or an individual acting as a parent or guardian in the absence of one, except that the responsible authority shall withhold data upon request by the minor, so the student has to ask for it, and secondly, if the responsible authority determines that withholding the data would be in the best interest of the minor. So two tests within that definition. Let's remember that our educators are also mandated reporters. That means that if they reasonably suspect that a child in their care has been a victim of abuse, they have to, under state law, report that incident and that family to the social service authorities in their county. In that case, if I, as a school principal, have reported a child's family for abuse last week, and this week the child is in my office because of an incident of alleged bullying and asks me not to contact their family, I may determine in the real world that it's not safe for that child. What practitioners in the field have told us is that with the language that's in this bill, current law, 99.5% of the time you'll call the parent. And that 0.1% of the time where you don't, you've got good reason for the safety of the child not to.
Representative Hamilton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I have two questions after that response. One is, it's my understanding that that language was weakened coming out of the Senate than what passed out of the committee in the House. And if that's the case, why did we accept that? That would be one question. So I don't know if you want to field that one. So the second question would be, in the event that for whatever reason we were not willing to, or the school or whatever was not willing to call the parents, why then is that child allowed to stay in that home with those parents?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hamilton. I shouldn't have asked you to give me the two questions in a row. As to your question, the second question, schools do not have the authority to remove children from schools. Only social service agencies and the courts have that authority.
Representative Hamilton.
So my point is, in the event, for whatever reason, again, standing here as a parent, and who have been very supportive, right, of our children, and would be regardless, right? Regardless. But the thing is, again, looking at through this and the eyes of a parent, in the event you're afraid to say something to that child's parents, thinking that there would be some negative repercussions back onto that child, why would we keep that child in the home where they could be, subject to abuse? I can't comprehend that, I guess. And my first question was, why did the language that came out of committee was more the language that came from the Senate was weakened than what came out of the committee in the House. Why did we accept, I guess, what was the basis on accepting the Senate language?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hamilton, there's several lines that divide us in this debate and in this body routinely. I believe one of those is those of us who legislate for the world we wish we had, and those of us who legislate for the world as it is. Current statute allows our administrators, if you trust them, to exercise discretion as to whether to contact a parent or not. 99.5% of the time they don't. But let's not forget that there are children growing up in homes where they report to us, where the students report to us, they don't feel safe. And where our school administrators know that this child may not be safe. LGBT students, 9 to 13% of them report not feeling safe at home. They're disproportionately represented in our homeless youth population. Some because they run away because of the fear of home, some because they're kicked out of their home by parents who are unwilling to accept and love their children any longer and have allowed them to stay under their roof as minors. Our school administrators, our teachers and school staff need to deal with the real world.
Representative Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, that's sad on so many levels, to say the least. It's sad on so many levels. You know, however, as a parent, and we've had specific examples when my son was in 6th grade, an older kid threw a rock and hit him in the head, right? It came back to us. I called the kid's father, and we worked it out, and we never had another issue. Again, with my daughter, it started as cyberbullying, and the language or the laws have not kept up with technology, social media and whatever, and so there are some issues there. And the point that I was making about where's that line drawn on freedom of speech and bullying, and I haven't received a good answer on that because they're struggling with that back home as well. And until it escalated to a point where there was an actual threat of smashing skulls, unfortunately, right? Until it escalated to that point, it was very gray. And they were looking for guidance from me as a legislator as well. And, you know, we're looking at here in this bill that we're trying to push forward, and I'm asking specifics, obviously, because others are as well. And that's where, you know, I come back to this and looking at a one-size-fits-all, if you will, and talking to administrative, you know, individuals back home at schools and school board members and stuff like that. And they said, you know, Representative Hamilton, Rod, we need to, you know, let us deal with this locally because things do vary from around the state. And so that's what I struggle with. We still don't have full clarity, at least I don't, after reading in the line of questioning. And then also, you know, the local control issue, allowing that for the administrative, for the local school boards and whatnot, I think is also the right thing to do. Thank you.
President Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to dovetail a little bit on what Representative Hamilton was talking about with the cyber issue and how technology has changed. And I was telling some of my colleagues here about an incident where my daughter got a phone call, and the phone call said it was from one of her best girlfriends. She answered, and it was her ex-boyfriend. And she came to later find out that there's a caller ID faker application. You can use it for that, and there's another application for texting. So this raises a whole other issue with this bill, because let's say that this person that set this whole thing up to make it appear like this phone call was coming from, let's call my daughter's friend Susie, and let's say Susie was being very abusive in her calling and her texting, and the school authorities were notified, and they go to investigate. But when they contact Susie, Susie says, I never did this. I never did this. But Susie, you know, Janie's phone says that these texts and phone calls came from you. Well, I didn't do it.
Well, what then? How do we investigate that? Are we going to go to the cell phone companies to try to find out what's going on? Because clearly another student could use that as a means to bully another. So I'm not sure exactly, Representative Davnie, if he would yield, what we would do in that situation.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, in the bill, we leave it up to the local authorities.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Representative Davnie, you're the bill's author. What would be your best advice in your teacher as well, what would be your best advice to getting to the bottom of a situation like that?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Scott, the bill requires administrators, teachers, and other school staff to be trained in anti-bullying strategies and how to implement the school district's policy. In addition, our administrators are licensed, our teachers are licensed, and they learn skills there. They also may have to at times go outside the school to get insight and information. Again, the core of this bill is local control and is trusting our school administrators, teachers, and others to respond to the needs of our students and to build safe and supportive schools for all of Minnesota's children.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davnie, you keep saying that we want to trust the local authorities, but the whole essence of this bill is saying that you don't trust them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a need for this bill. I just wanted to hit on a couple of other things. I believe you said on the governor's task force for this anti-bullying, the anti-bullying task force, and on that governor's task force, that task force actually used 2 of 7 source documents in their research. So clearly they were important documents to the governor's task force. One was the Listening to Youth Voices. And the second source document was the GAO report that cited 4 student surveys on bullying. Is that correct? Were those correct source documents, Representative Davnie?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott, if you look on page 46 of Governor Dayton's Safe and Supportive Minnesota Schools, the Prevention of School Bullying Task Force report, you'll see references that they used there.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And correct. And so these are 2 sources that were used in that task force. The GAO report cited one survey by an organization that claims they are a national leader in safe schools initiatives, providing training and curriculum to the schools. The Listening to Youth Voices listening sessions were held by the founder of that organization. So clearly that organization has some credibility with you. And I have before me, let me get to my pile here, my list. A list of books here that are recommended, recommended reading list that this organization put out for 7th to 12th graders. Now, mind you, folks, that much of this bullying bill that's before us was taken directly from the recommendations in the governor's task force. So I'm trying to connect some dots here. So we have this book list, and in reviewing the research on the reading list, researchers described it this way. Oh, and let's see. Oh, and by the way, this reading list is described by this leading organization as developmentally appropriate. I believe that's some bill language right there. Developmentally appropriate resources for education to use throughout their school community. Now, let me remind you that developmentally, again, it's already in the language, put there by the bill's author. And some of the books on this list include Queer 13, Growing Up Gay, Growing Up Lesbian, Love and Sex, 10 Stories of Truth. And what the excerpts from these books revealed is that book after book after book contains stories and anecdotes that weren't merely X-rated and pornographic, but which featured explicit descriptions of sex acts between preschoolers, stories of public masturbation and sex in restrooms, affairs between students and teachers, 5-year-olds playing sex games, and the list goes on and on. And if you'd like, I've got some excerpts right out of those books from this recommended list from this group that was, once again, let me go back here, folks, these 2 of the 7 source documents for the governor's task force. Now, excuse me. I continue to try to connect some dots here. Now, above all, the books seem to have less to do with promoting tolerance than with an unabashed attempt to indoctrinate students into hypersexual worldview. Let it be clear, I'm not talking about gayness or straightness here. The point proven here is that this organization's reading list promotes the sexualization of children in general, regardless of orientation. And Representative Davnie, you wrote this bill. You used those source documents. You gave this organization credibility by doing so. My question is to you, do you think it's appropriate for 7th graders to be given curriculum that describes obscene sex acts in literature or other means, keeping in mind that your climate center, which is now the technical center, that you're creating with this bill will be providing training and curriculum resources to schools and will do so according to the intent of this law, which continues to be guided by the governor's task force on which you sit and which does not sunset?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Scott, thank you for the question. If you look on page 7 of the task force report, you'll note that they say, and I quote, "The task force reviewed a wide range of documents and research, including." I don't believe that makes the task force responsible for the entire book list of any organization that ever had any input. Further, Representative Scott, I trust our local school districts and administrators to make good choices on the curriculum that they choose. Minnesota is a local control state, I'll remind you, and they are ultimately responsible for the decisions that they make.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, you know, it goes without saying, this bill states that if the schools need help, that the climate center, this technical center, can assist them. And some of these books are already being recommended by the Department of Education. So what's to say that these books won't continue to be recommended by the state tech center? There's really no guarantee that we have here, folks. I believe that we need to look, thank you. I just urge all of you to really think carefully before voting for this bill and think carefully about the resources that may be handed over to our kids from preschool through 12th grade if this bill passes. Thank you.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if Representative Davnie would yield to a few more questions. Thank you, Representative Davnie.
He will yield. Representative Lomer.
Thank you. It has been an extremely long debate here, yes, and a good debate. And I'm going back quite a few hours now. But Representative Quam and his questioning, he was questioning the curriculum, and I was off the floor at the time, so I didn't quite hear his question, but I did think that I heard you say that we have obscenity laws that would apply to the curriculum. Is that correct?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lomer, we have obscenity laws. Representative Gruenhagen has been good enough to review those for the body several times this year, but I don't recall referencing them in my earlier comments. I may be mistaken. As you pointed out, it's been a few hours. There's been a lot of conversation, but I don't remember making that comment, no.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, then, Representative Davnie, we do have obscenity laws, but are you aware that they do not apply to school districts?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lomer, I'm aware they do not apply to school districts, healthcare clinics, churches, and other established religious organizations, churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, and the like. And I think there are some other exemptions to allow for comprehensive sexuality education to occur in appropriate settings.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davnie, do you recall last Friday, I believe it was, Representative Gruenhagen had an amendment to the Omnibus Education Policy Bill that tried to address this with our school districts?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lomer, yes.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just wanted to point out that the DFL voted against that amendment, the entire DFL. So I just find that very curious that you would vote against an obscenity amendment. That why would schools be exempted from obscenity laws? Can you explain that to me, Representative Davnie, why you'd be against that?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lomer, I would remind you that if memory serves, that was a voice vote and not a roll call vote. Representative Gruenhagen is nodding to agree with me. So I'm not sure that you can argue that the entire DFL voted one way or another because there was no record of that vote. Representative Lomer, our children deserve medically accurate, scientifically based sexuality education, and if their parents don't want them to have that, they can opt out of that. My 13-year-old currently, through our church, is receiving comprehensive sexuality and spirituality education. It gives her the tools, the knowledge, and the skills to negotiate growing up and the next years, not only the next few years of her life, but on into adulthood. That's a choice her mother and I made, and we believe firmly it's the right choice. State law allows our church to provide that, rooted in our spiritual tradition.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davnie. I can appreciate what you're saying. We did not have a roll call vote on that, but it was definitely voted down, and it seemed like it was your side of the aisle that was voting no. So I'm sure not every single person over there did, but the majority did. So my next question, Representative Davnie, I've been listening all afternoon, as we all have, to you say over and over again that this is about local control, this is about school boards and superintendents and teachers, and you've referenced parents quite a few times today, that parents should have a say in control. So I'm just wondering if you can show me in the bill where parents are listed as being part of the process in this anti-bullying bill.
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lomer, it's not the only place, but I would direct you to 10.22 to 10.30.
Representative Lomer.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to look at it in a few minutes. I just have one more question. I'm just wondering, Representative Davnie, did you have any Republican input at all on the drafting of this legislation?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Lomer, there was no partisan litmus test for membership in the governor's task force. There has been no partisan litmus test for the organizations, either here, lobbying organizations who've engaged constructively on this, or the over 140 members of the Safe Schools for All Coalition who are in support of this bill.
Representative Lomer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the answer is no. Thank you very much.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I've been listening to the discussion here for quite some time, and you better get back to your seat, Representative Schoen. No. I just don't, Representative Davnie, I don't mean to offend you, but I don't think you understand your bill, quite frankly, okay? And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see if Representative Schoen would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Gruenhagen.
Representative Schoen, my understanding is you've been involved with law enforcement for quite some time. How many years have you been involved with law enforcement?
Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, over 13 years.
Representative Gruenhagen.
And just for the body's information, Representative Schoen and I are getting closer and closer together politically. No, he's shaking his head. I know it scares both of us, but
Please.
one or two of his bills. Okay. But anyway, wouldn't you say, Representative Schoen, or Mr. Speaker, if he would yield for a question?
He'd love to. Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wouldn't you say, Representative Schoen, that you know more after 13 years about law enforcement than you did the first year you started law enforcement?
Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, I will tell you that maybe depends on what instance or what specific aspect we're talking about.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Well, rather than belabor this, I'll assume you know more in a lot of different areas than you did when you first started, okay? And I'm sure you were a good police officer, and you continue to be one. And thank you for your service, okay? But my point is this. The reason I say I don't think Representative Davnie understands his bill is I've watched this process as a school board member for 16 years, okay? And after, I'm not a real fast learner, okay? But I'll tell you what, even as a slower learner, after 16 years of repeat and repeat, I'm starting to figure out how it works, okay? And this is how it works, unfortunately. Again, a little bit of this is repetition, but repetition is the key to learning. Remember, it's the governor's task force that provides the template for this bill. And on page 44, the governor's task force states, the center, that's the technical center, shall be guided by the governor's prevention of school bullying task force recommendations in the development of policy initiatives. It's pretty plain, members. Okay, then we go from there to page 18, and here's what the governor's task force says. It says that it reveals that strategies include changing the values, attitudes, and behaviors of teaching of children by teaching them the nature of human sexuality. Okay? So I know the denial is that books like It's Perfectly Normal have nothing to do with the bullying bill. But the fact is the governor's task force connects bullying, values, attitudes, and behaviors with the nature of human sexuality. It simply does. And to deny that, I'm afraid, is not understanding the bill. Secondly, Representative Drazkowski mentioned community organizations, okay? Well, one of the community organizations, besides Out Front, I think Representative Benson mentioned them, is also Gleason, the Gay Lesbian Education Education Network. Go to their website, members. Click on Teach and Learn, and you're going to find they've been involved with the Safe School and Bullying movement for over 15 years. It states it right there. They also have a teacher training module that's available to implement in your public schools. So when it says community organizations in this bill that we have before us, it's not unreasonable to believe, and in fact I verify it's the truth, they're going to be organizations like Outfront Minnesota, Gleason will be bringing the curriculum into the public school. Then on top of that, we look at the Minnesota Department of Health and the Minnesota Department of Education, and they have both given their stamp of approval to SECUS. And SECUS is the Federal Sex Information Education Council of the U.S. And as I documented in the past, I won't go over it before, they get a lot of their information from the Kinsey Institute out of Bloomington, Indiana. And Kinsey conducted sexual experiments on children under 5 years old. His research was fraudulent, and it's flushed into SECUS, then it's flushed into our schools and into our teacher colleges, and And then we have this type of filth, like an obscenity, like it's perfectly normal, and like Representative Scott mentioned, coming into our schools. The other thing I wanted to say very quickly, there's been denial that this type of book was even in a Minnesota school. When it's not a book, it's perfectly normal. It's not only that book, it's books like Amaze, so-called Respect for All, Welcoming Schools. And by the way, Welcoming Schools was piloted in Minneapolis. All of them promote sexually diverse, unhealthy sexual behaviors to our children. And that's a fact. And to deny that is to deny reality. The second thing is, I'd like to ask the Minnesota Department of Health and the Minnesota Department of Education how they can possibly put their stamp of approval on the SECUS information and bring that down into the state of Minnesota. I'd like to see how they'd explain that. And by the way, just to verify this been in our schools, it's perfectly normal. There's a retired teacher in Anoka-Hennepin that has worked to get this book out of Anoka-Hennepin School District 2 times already, and I've talked to her personally. I gave the copy of this book, it's perfectly normal, to a school board chair of one of our school districts. He showed it to a superintendent. 2 weeks later, I saw him at a meeting, and I said, "Did you show that book? It's perfectly," I prefer to call it perfectly perverted, "to your superintendent?" He said, "Yes." I said, "What did he say?" He said, "Those are the types of curriculums that we're going to be bringing into the school under the bullying, if the bullying bill passes." So there's all types of verification that the skids are greased to put this type of perverted material into our public schools and down into the elementary level. And members, you say, well, how are they going to initiate that if a school district doesn't want to do it? Well, if we look at the bill, we see the state model policy on 6.15. And Representative Albright brought up, well, do schools have to accept this type of a policy? No, they don't, but they can create their own. But I got news for you, members. After 16 years of experience on the school board, I'll tell you what's going to happen. The Minnesota Department of Education is going to tell local school districts, if you don't have all the principles that we have in our policy, you're going to be subject to liability and lawsuits. So schools, out of fear, are going to adopt this policy. The second thing they'll probably do, having watched them for 16 years, they'll tie money to the policy that you want. So if you put their policy in force with their principles, then you'll get additional money. You don't have to do that, but if you don't do it their way, they'll not give you the money. Those are the two ways they manipulate and implement our local school districts and take local control away.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Khan, what purpose do you rise?
I rise to suggest a violation of Rule 231.
Not that one. Thank you, Representative Khan. Can you just finish up, Representative Gruenhagen?
Gruenhagen, if I may continue, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gruenhagen said several things, one of which was when he accused Representative Schoen of being closer to him in philosophy, and the second one was when he accused Representative Davnie of not understanding his bill.
Thank you, Representative Khan. Representative Gruenhagen.
I will apologize for accusing Representative Schoen of being close to me. If you could get any further away, go ahead and get further away, okay? And I'm sorry, but I do believe Representative Davnie doesn't completely understand the implication of his bill. And that's been said numerous times on the House floor since I've been here. So I'll finish up relatively quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. The last couple of things I'd like to, just a minute. I'm ready for another half hour now. The last couple of things I'd just like to address is it's been denied that Section 127A.42 will result in additional rulemaking that will promulgate from the Commissioner of Education on the bullying bill. Again, I strongly disagree. I've seen time and time again where the Department of Education in this state has issued rules and mandates, and they simply put the reference to the bill that they do it. And I can give you 10 examples right off the top of my head. In the interest of time, I won't, but they do it all the time. And they can also withhold funding. So to deny that is to deny my experience and my reality. And I'm sorry, I've seen it happen, and it'll happen again. They did it with the profile learning, which was another billion-dollar boondoggle. The other area I'd just like to comment on, so that's how they're going to do it, by the way, for schools to go along with them. The other area I want to comment on is the comment that this bill is going to bring order and discipline to our schools. I'm sorry, it's going to produce just the opposite result. It's going to create disorder and more discipline problems. Let me give you 2 quick examples.
And Representative Gruenhagen, remember you're on your second speech of the night on this bill.
Yep. Okay. I can save it for next reading. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I believe that let me just finish this point on discipline. When I was young, I was bullying another girl on the bus with I and an older guy. The bus driver told us several times to stop it. And the older guy didn't. I happened to be in the middle. I still blame him, but I got to take some responsibility. The point is, when I got up to leave the bus driver stood up, laid me on the front seat of the bus, and spanked me 3 times, okay? He stood me back up, and he told me, don't you ever do that again, or you're not riding on this bus. Now, when I got off the bus, I was afraid to tell my dad, because I knew what I was going to get, okay? Probably 10 times worse than he gave it to me. But you know what? I never bullied another person on that bus ever again, or found myself in a situation to do that. Now, Representative Davnie, if a bus driver did, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Davnie would yield.
He will. Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, if a bus driver did that today to a student, what do you think would happen?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gruenhagen, corporal punishment, I believe, is not allowed in Minnesota, and there would be consequences.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. But the point is, it cured the problem. I didn't have to go to counseling, therapy. I couldn't sue the bus driver. It was over. It was cheap and inexpensive and effective. You know, without going into too much detail, I went to a social studies class, and the teacher happened to be a football coach, and he had a paddle in 9th grade. And if you didn't behave yourself, you got up in front of the class, and guess what? You got one on the hind end, and you had to sign the paddle. It only happened one time in his class, and everybody behaved themselves. We didn't have any problems. And what we've done, Representative Davnie, is we've tied the hands of our local school districts from actually applying discipline to the students. And the result is we have to hire armed police officers to walk the halls. That's the problem. Your bill is not going to fix it. You're only going to make it worse. And one last example. When I first was on the school board, I suddenly got an update from our superintendent that an 8th grade teacher had punched out 3 8th grade boys, okay? And the names weren't there. So I called the superintendent up. I said, well, what teacher punched out 3 8th grade boys on school property? So he gave me the name. It happened to be a good friend of mine. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I said, well, how'd that happen? Well, the superintendent said they kept egging him on with comments and rude comments, and all of a sudden the teacher got to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't care what the rules were, and he punched out the 3 8th grade boys, okay? So you know what our current laws do? They promote abuse, because the people who are supposed to be in charge are afraid to go out and do something. And we had another student in high school got beat unconscious in the hall. Not one teacher went out into the hallway to stop it. We had to hire an armed police officer after that. Our current laws create abuse. Your bill does absolutely nothing to address that. It won't fix the problem. It's only going to make it worse. Let's vote no on concurrence, send it back and fix it, and Representative Davnie, I'll work with you, okay? You and I can come closer together politically. And let's get a bill that will make a difference. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm the last speaker of this round, I want you to know. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues for doing such a magnificent job of explaining to the public and to our friends across the aisle our concerns about House File 826. Because we do have real concerns, and we wanted you to hear those tonight. And we want our parents and our teachers and our other school personnel and even our students to hear these concerns. Therefore, we have asked these questions. We have given these examples. And members, I think Representative Davnie has made the argument for why we do not need this bill. He has said over 30 times, it's local control and it's local conditions. That means we don't need this bill because we have a 37-word policy right now that districts have used very effectively, but we are growing it to 37,000 words, as you heard Representative Wills tell us earlier. 37,000 words for our schools to have to adhere to, for our parents to have to adhere to. Mr. Speaker and members and public, if you're still listening and watching, we don't need this provision to become law. So I'm asking for you to vote no on this motion to concur. Members, this is an unsession. And when I used to conference with the governor, he used to say to me, Representative Erickson, I want a bipartisan agreement on whatever it is you bring forth. Well, this is not going to be bipartisan agreement. This is going to be bipartisan opposition. And members, that doesn't fulfill what this governor has always told me, that he wants bipartisan agreement on bills that he signs. Members, we believe on this side of the aisle that the best way to provide for a safe environment for our children in our schools is to have effective teachers and involved parents and engaged students. That's what we believe in. And that's what we have been trying to explain tonight in our comments, in our questions, and in our examples. That teachers support students, parents support students. We care about our children. There isn't anyone on this side of the aisle who believes in bullying. We want it prevented, but we believe there's a better way. And we believe that the local school districts, teachers, parents, that they have been doing that and that they will continue to do that. Members, this is reaching too far, this bill. This is intruding into our families' lives and into our schools' environment. And you heard just in the last comments by Representative Gruenhagen some of the fears we have about the materials that we know some of our students have been exposed to. Our little 10-year-olds, our darling little children might be seeing some of this because there is an emphasis on sexual education through this proposal. There's no question. Because if you read carefully in the bill, that's embedded in this proposal. This is also an insult to our parents and to our teachers and to our school leaders and to all those school personnel who care for our children. Because they have taken every possible step, I know, to prevent bullying, to teach children respect. In my Malacca School District, I send every week cards to 4 different elementary children who've learned what respect is, what responsibility is, what citizenship is, and what honesty is. They're pictured every week in the newspaper, And I send them a congratulatory card, and I explain to them how important it is that they have learned, whether they're first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth graders, what it means to be respectful. And that's what we have going on in our schools, and we're doing this through 826 to them? My goodness, this is not what they expect of a legislature. When I go home, my teachers ask me, why do you keep doing this to us? And I remind them, I asked the same question before I became a legislator. And now I'm part of the problem instead of the solution. Because we keep sending forth these proposals that are not doing the good that we think they should be doing. Now, I know that Representative Davnie's intent is good. I know that he believes in that, and I know that most of you on the other side of the aisle probably believe this is the answer. But that is not the answer. Our children have to have a value system that is rooted in something that is foundational, that has been time-tested. That's what we long for, and I hope that's what you long for. And if we have that, and if that's what we build up in our policies, we will not continue to see this kind of degradation that occurs among our school children, and that they become victims, and that they suffer like this. Because we want schools to be places of learning, and we want the end result to be success for our children in whatever they want to pursue. Every member in here believes that, but we choose some of the oddest ways to accomplish that. And over the years, you know I've spoken many times against many of these policies. And it was mentioned tonight that we're responsible for teacher evaluation. No. The governor is responsible for teacher evaluation, and I agreed with him that it was needed if we were going to get the waiver. So quit blaming us for something you don't like, which in the end will be good for our teachers. And that's local control. Remember, that was the prime thing I told the governor. This will be locally designed teacher evaluation plans. There will be a default, unfortunately, but there will be. Just like there's going to be a default in this bill. And guess who's going to write it? The Department of Education, the same commissioner and staff who wrote the teacher evaluation default, which is a mile long and 10 feet deep. That's not what our schools need. That's not what our children need. Well, with that said, Representative Davnie, I have a question or two that I need to ask you. Would you yield, please?
He will yield. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, I have a question, first of all, about transportation. You know, in my area, the private school students ride on the same buses as the public school students. So is this going to apply to them when they are riding on those buses to their schools?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, I am not a lawyer, and you're asking an interesting and challenging question. However, the bill does say that a school-age child who voluntarily participates in a public school activity, such as co-curricular or extracurricular activity, is subject to the same student bullying policy provisions applicable to the public school students participating in the activity.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Representative Davnie, will he yield again, please?
He will. Representative
Does
Erickson.
that also mean that if a private school child or a homeschool child or any school-age child, as it says in this provision, who attends, for example, a football game, will be subject to the same bullying policy that that district has? Or this, if this is what they adopt?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, only if they're on the team.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Davnie, for clarifying that. I also have a question, and will he yield again, please?
He will. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, on line 1.17, where there is the clause about the electronic technology and communications off the school premise, you know, to what extent will the lawsuit, the ACLU lawsuit against Minnewaska, play into that? How does that interact? Will you explain that to us, please?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Erickson. Representative Erickson, you'll remember that the Minnewaska situation was a student making comments electronically about a teacher. That would not be covered under House File 826.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you for answering that, Representative Davnie. Will he yield again, please, Mr. Speaker?
He will. Representative Erickson.
Representative Davnie, on line 2.12, where the phrase actual or perceived imbalance of power is used, is that not going to be a subjective decision by our teachers or our other school officials?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, please recall the requirement for training in the bill. That imbalance of power is commonly used in bullying definitions currently used in Minnesota, and was an important inclusion in the bill for the support by both the Elementary School Principals Association and the Secondary School Principals Association. They're competent professionals and highly trained.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davnie, yield again. Thank you, Mr.
He
Speaker.
will. Representative Erickson.
Representative Davnie, is that phrase found in the model policy that the School Boards Association has disseminated to our schools?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, I don't know.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Davnie yield again?
He will. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davnie, I'm looking at the language under intimidating, threatening, abusive, etc., line 2.22 through the bottom of page 2, line 2.33. And I'm wondering, how does 363A.27, the construction of our human rights law, apply to everything that is mentioned here under the protected class?
Representative Davnie has answered this question, but Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, the language on page 2, line 33, referencing the Human Rights Act is there so that if in the future we were to amend the Human Rights Act, this language that amendment would carry over to school bullying policies. The last time this legislature amended the State Human Rights Act was 1993.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I do hope that you will check the construction of law in our Human Rights Act. It is 363A.27. I was not here when that was enacted, but I know that was called the Charlie Weaver Amendment, and he was very concerned about what might be taught in our schools. So please do check that. I think that weighs heavily into what this proposal may bring forward. Well, with that, I have lots more questions about liability and others like that, but I think because we're eager to vote. No, I do have one more question. Mr. Speaker, would Representative Davnie yield?
He will. Representative Erickson.
Representative Davnie, I find it most interesting that on page 14, line 14.5 says that the center is voluntary and advisory. Would you explain what you're meaning by that simple sentence there? It could be misconstrued, and I want you to explain what it really means.
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Erickson, I'd urge you to continue on 14.5 and 14.6 because I think that's self-explanatory.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful that there's no rulemaking authority in this proposal, as it was in the original proposal. That is good news. Finally, Representative Davnie, would he yield again, Mr. Speaker?
He will. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Davnie, on page 12, the reporting that's going to occur that the School Safety Technical Assistance Council will make annually by October 1 to the Commissioner of Education. Why didn't you include that report to be delivered to the legislature as well so that we can keep track? As members, this is going to become law, and it saddens me greatly. But I want to have protections as much as we can in this. And why aren't we going to hear about what's been happening and how many times this council met and what they discussed, and will we get to see the minutes, etc.?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Erickson, that report will be a public document. You and every 5.3 million citizens in the state of Minnesota have the ability to request a copy of that document as a legislator. the legislature serves in oversight capacity. The Committee on Education Policy could certainly request a copy and request the Commissioner come in and review the activities of the Center.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just think it would have been better had it been placed in this legislation so we had a guarantee that we would always learn. Because we're not always all going to be here. And so without a historical memory, we lose track of these things, and we might not request that report. And we need to know exactly what's going to happen in our schools after this dreadful law that I would say that I'm drawing this conclusion, and don't take offense, please, Democrats, but you Democrats are bullying our school districts into accepting this kind of proposal that is not going to solve or prevent bullying. It will not. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the motion to concur. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 63 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, House File 826 as amended by the Senate.
Third reading, Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have a couple of questions if the author would yield.
He will yield. Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, I just want to clarify a couple of things just in operating procedure. Will this council be subject to the open meeting law, and why the exemption of a quorum to conduct business?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, remember that the center and the group, sorry, we're pushing 10 hours here, is voluntary, and so the work is not binding in any way on any school district or on the department, so the exception to the quorum rule is appropriate there, as it has no authority beyond advisory. I believe it would be governed as a public entity under the public meeting law, but we'd have to check with lawyers to be certain of that.
Representative Holberg.
Mr. Chair and Representative Davnie, that's probably a pretty important thing if the public wants to be on some of these issues. I also have a question on page 2 of the bill as it relates to the non-public schools, and it's on page 1, lines 21 and 22. It's unusual in that there's an encouragement to electronically transmit a policy, if any, and then it talks about and summary data on its bullying incidents. So the if any, I think, only modifies the policy and not the summary data. Is that correct?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, I would point you to page 1, line 21 is encouraged. This is not a requirement. This was inserted in the bill at the request of some of the private schools.
Well, Mr.
Representative Holberg.
I saw that, but because of the way the sentence is structured, if you read it, the encouragement looks like as it replies to the anti-bullying policy, if any. And then it says, and summary data on its bullying incidents. So you as the bill author, is it your intent that summary data is also being encouraged but not mandated?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, my intent is that if private schools wish to provide information, they may do so. They are not required to do so.
Representative Holbert.
All right, thank you. And I listened very carefully to your opening statements about the bill, and that you had taken the data elements out of the bill as it left the House floor, and that there wasn't a requirement for data submission around bullying incidents in this bill. Do you believe that if this bill passes and under existing law, do you believe that the Commissioner of Education has the authority to request and or require data about bullying incidents in the schools?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, schools already provide on the DERS reports some information about the extent of bullying in their schools.
So, Mr. Speaker and Representative Davnie, if I'm to infer from your comments, then the Commissioner will have the authority to ask for expanded information under this bullying policy if she or he so chooses. Is that correct?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Holberg, there's no rulemaking authority in this bill.
Representative Holbert.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Davnie, I'm not asking about rulemaking authority. I'm asking about the Commissioner's current authority. If she's already collecting data about bullying, is she able to expand those data sets under her own authority that she currently has in law?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Holberg. The Commissioner's authority would be governed by current law outside of the scope of this bill.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe there's somebody else on the floor that might know, under the current authority of the Commissioner, are they able to expand the data sets that they request under current authority? I think it's a pretty important question, actually. All right, if I might, it doesn't appear that anybody on your side has an answer to the question, and I think that would be a good point to lead into the discussion around summary data and what we've seen happen by this administration in the last year relating to information that they're collecting on students. Many of you are aware of the Minnesota Student Survey that's been done for a number of years, where we anonymously survey students about their behavior. Well, this survey is governed by virtually the same members of the cabinet that will participate in this bullying recommendation council that may or may not be subject to open meeting law. And what they did this year for the first time is that they asked beyond the behavior of the students, and in fact asked students to report on illegal activities of their parents or guardians or the people that they lived with. This is pretty unprecedented. And so in that survey, it asked students to respond whether or not there was illegal drug use in their home, whether or not anybody in their home used alcohol or prescription drugs to excess. And so while everybody says, well, that's no big deal because all they collect is summary data. No big deal, right? Well, summary data, depending on what kind of group you are from, may or may not protect you. In the Lakeville schools, although there were 10,000 students, guess how many Somali students are in the 5th grade? 2. And if you know anything about their culture, you would be able to know that they are not supposed to use drug or alcohol. But getting back to Representative Davnie's point about legislating for the real world or the world we think we want, the situation in Lakeville, the real world, is there are only 2 5th-grade Somali students in that district. So if anybody chose to look at the crosstabs of 5th-grade Somali students in Lakeville, they'd have a 50-50 shot. Now, I don't know about you. I don't believe there's any normal family or perfect family. And in fact, all families have secrets. So can you imagine being a 9 or 10-year-old student in a classroom and your teacher telling you to answer this survey to the best of your ability? Tell the truth, it's important. Nobody will ever know what you say because we're only going to do summary data. And there sits that child, and what if there is a behavior in their home that is not supported by their religious values, that's a family secret, and there they sit. Do they listen to their teacher, or do they keep the family secret? And worse yet, their anonymity is not protected. And when you look at the language in this bill, where they look at the summary data requirements, that the summary data has to be able to be divided by characteristics in the bill. So don't fool yourself about summary data protecting children. Now, we can do summary data based on multiple choice questions, yes or no questions, and the way to parse that information is more limited. But if we are reporting bullying instances, the variables within a bullying incident are very broad. In the school, out of the school, cyberbullying, age of victim, age of bully, what was said, what was the results, what was the quote-unquote remediation. I don't know how in your small rural districts, how you could ever even put everything all into one report and people not be able to pick out incidents and place them with pretty good guess. People in small towns talk, with a pretty good guess which children were involved. Many refer to this bill as the anti-bullying bill. I think of it as the anti-parenting bill. We talked about this issue a year ago when we passed this bill off the House floor, and we haven't seen any improvement in this area. And my children were bullied by teachers. My handicapped brother was called a blanking idiot in front of a lunchroom of about 10 to 12 junior high boys by the football coach. Nothing ever happened. The bill talks about a perceived or real imbalance of power. There is probably very few instances where there is an imbalance of power when you are a pupil versus a principal, a student versus a coach, a 15-year-old versus a member of law enforcement. Parents will have no knowledge of incidents where their child will be questioned, maybe detained from a class, maybe forced to face their accuser or bullier. Because the language that Representative Davnie keeps relying on Chapter 13 is about parents' access to data. Well, let me tell you, by the time the report is written, a whole lot of stuff has happened. And it's wrong. So Representative Davnie, if I'm a parent that really cares about my kids and am realistic about what goes on in schools and has firsthand experience of, believe it or not, teachers and school officials behaving badly, which is not beyond the realm of possibility, if I, as a parent, try and assert a right and provide a document to the school, the teachers, the coaches, etc., that my child is not allowed to be questioned by adults or law enforcement unless I am first notified and allowed the opportunity to attend and or bring an attorney, will that right be honored?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Representative Holberg, I would remind you that on issues of data, parents have the right to review and challenge data in their students' files. I would remind you that the definition of summary data includes in statute an explicit reference to data on individuals, but in which individuals are not identified, and that the Department of Education testified about their procedures and protocols to mask any ability to identify students through reports, whether it's existing reports on behavior, such as is contemplated on page 13 of this bill, or existing reports on MCA achievement, as you spoke of in the Lakeville schools and the number of Somali children at the 5th grade level. Additionally, in this bill, we require that students and parents be informed annually of their rights under state and federal law as it regards data.
Representative Holbrook.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Davnie, you didn't even touch on what my question is. By the time the report is written, it is too late. Can a parent inform the school district of their desire, I don't know if it's a right, that their child not be subject to interrogation by law enforcement and or school personnel without them first being notified? There's no due process in your bill. People can make accusations and it can be days afterwards before parents are notified. Chapter 13 isn't even relevant to this discussion. It's about what we will subject our students to. So again, if I as a parent am concerned about protecting my student, my child's right to due process and having any chance whatsoever for balancing out that imbalance of power between a student and a teacher, a student and a coach, a student and a principal, or a student and law enforcement, do I as a parent have a right to inform the school district of my demand that my child not be subject to interrogation without my prior knowledge?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Holbrook, of course you have a right to inform the school district of anything you want.
Representative Holbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this bill is very dangerous, and I think that eventually the public's going to wake up. In the last year, we've had stories of the IRS and certain groups being targeted because of their beliefs. We've had extensive articles of the NSA, and they're tracking our whereabouts and our behaviors based on information in cell phone records, what other numbers we connect with, etc. This bill here before you today, well, actually I got to back up a minute. We've also seen for the first time in the state of Minnesota that the state is using a vehicle, the student survey, that was supposed to be for tracking student drug use and behavior, now for the first time is being used to spy and report on adults' behavior. We now have a bill before us in which basic rights to due process, facing your accuser, having representation are all taken away. It's up to some policy at the school board. Members, this is a very dangerous bill. Nobody likes bullying. But I can tell you in that instance where the union rep in Lakeville schools that was angry because they didn't like the contract that was being offered by the school board, when that teacher addressed the son of a conservative Republican legislator from that district who would never get their endorsement or support, about what his opinion was on the contract being offered by the school board relative to settlements in other districts, and he being the only child in the whole 7th grade social studies class being asked that question in front of his grade, I submit to you that there's an imbalance of power. I submit to you that he was bullied by a teacher, and I submit to you that this bill will do nothing to help in situations like that. And for those of us that feel a need to protect our kids and be on top of what's going on in the schools and ensure that we're there for them to make sure that they're treated fairly, this bill will not do it. Please vote no.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie yield the question.
He will yield. Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, my line of questions are along the same line as Representative Holberg. So when one of our students or one of our children is brought into the classroom, into the principal's office or the center or whatever you're going to, the local school district's going to have, what guarantee is there in your bill that when our child stands up and says, I'm not going to answer your questions, I want to talk to my parents, or I want to talk, you know, in this society it's actually pretty practical that somebody will say, I want to talk to a lawyer. Where in your bill is that right of due process that I can actually see specifically in line and page in your bill?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Zellers. The situation that you, the scenario you put forward would be governed by existing statute, local policy, and practice.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, again, in your bill, because I think it's incredibly disrespectful to somebody who has worked on data privacy and due process in this legislature as long as Representative Holberg has, to say you can tell them whatever you want. To say that our child is going to have that right of due process when surrounded by a principal, when surrounded by one or several teachers, a coach, and he or she at age 9, 10, 7, or 8 is going to know to say, no, I don't want to talk to my teacher. As we're all taught, you're supposed to respect your teachers, especially in our house. As you well know, my wife has been a teacher for 14 years. She's got her master's in early childhood. So our 7 or 8-year-old is going to stand up to that principal, maybe one or two teachers in there, and say, I'm not going to talk to you about what happened until my mommy or daddy are in the room, or even worse, my lawyer is in the room. Because under your bill, the way I read it and the way Representative Holberg has read it, the way the whole discussion has gone today, is that whatever's in statute isn't going to be what's on the forefront of the minds of either the educators, the principal, the administration, or the students. It's going to be the new bullying law. So I'm looking for the assurances in your bill, Representative Davnie, not what you think the school district might put together or what you hope is in statute, but in your bill where our children at age 7, 8, 9, 13, 14 are going to know that the right of due process is either upheld or at least evident to them. If he would yield again, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Zellers, the House File 826 before us neither expands nor contracts school administrators or teachers' authority in how they investigate allegations of bullying or other misbehavior, or how they speak to students. If, however, your child's situation were to result potentially in exclusion or expulsion procedures or grounds for dismissal, there's explicit statute that exists outside of this proposal. The information you're asking for is already in statute.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll take that as, again, another no. So, Representative Davnie, the other problem that I see, and again, Reagan and Will, I think, have 3 T-shirts now that say stop bullying. They're orange, they're hot pink, they're lime green. They have a special 2 days at school where they talk about bullying and what is bullying, whether it's on the playground, whether it's at baseball or whatever extracurricular, at band camp, whatever it may be. So none of us on this floor, and I think it was earlier today, said, well, if you don't believe in this bill, then you must be in favor of bullying, or the inference was made. But my fear is that the bullies are actually going to get more power under your bill than they have right now. What's to stop 3 kids from saying, you know what, let's get Cindy. Let's all get together, we'll make up a lie,
will say that Cindy was saying horrible things about us personally, what she saw on the internet. We saw her doing this on the internet with these two boys, or with those three girls, or with that group of kids. We know for a fact that she stole from the local hardware store, or she grabbed some candy on the way out of the SA. And the kids are all in on it. Now, as a parent, when this accusation comes up in school, we're not notified, so Cindy's sitting there all by herself. The three bullies are in on it, and they say absolutely she did it. Without question she did it. Where Representative Davnie, in your bill, if you will yield, Mr. Speaker, does it prevent those bullies from outright lying, destroying Cindy's fine reputation, and having a mark on her permanent record, whether it's theft, which I realize is a crime, but say it is, we saw her doing this on something on the internet, or we've heard she's been bullying this girl across the street for weeks. We want to report it. We're going to be model citizens. When actually all they're trying to do is get Cindy. Where in your bill does it have those that are lying? Let's just put it right out there as what it is, not wrongful accusation. They're lying about a fellow student in order to bully her with the use of this new law.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Zellers, making false accusations of bullying is explicitly listed under forms of prohibited conduct under the bill, and accused always have a right under this bill to present a defense.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And well, that was my next question, because if the parents and the student, if the parents of the student are notified that they've been brought in and accused of this, how are the parents going to know then? And if Cindy doesn't know that she's being accused, because again, we don't have to, there's no notification, we don't have to anonymously report this, how does Cindy know then to face her accusers, if he would yield again, Mr. Speaker?
He will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Zellers, I would hope your daughter would talk to you about it, or your son.
Representative Zellers.
Well, no offense, Mr. Speaker, but Representative Davnie, answer the question. Your accusers are anonymous. They are lying. Cindy doesn't know that they're lying about her, but now because of your bill, they're going to have to question her. It's going to go on her permanent record. How does she face her accusers if they can be anonymous and are willfully lying? How do you prove that, Representative Davnie? If he would yield again, Mr. Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Zellers. I would remind you again, explicitly in the House File 826, is a prohibition on any consequences for a student based solely on anonymous accusations. Additionally, as I stated previously, your making false accusations is listed under prohibited conduct. Individuals have accused of inappropriate or prohibited conduct have a right to present a defense, and nothing prevents your children from coming home and telling mom or dad of a problem at school today.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to that, Representative Davnie, what could, if you would yield again, Mr. Speaker, where are the penalties for those false accusations in the bill, and what are the consequences for those students who do lie about Cindy or Dan or Bud?
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Zellers. Those consequences would be determined on the local level by local control, school boards making those decisions as to their discipline policy, and local administrators and teachers applying that policy. Additionally, any record keeping of a disciplinary incident is governed by local policies and is not determined by anything in this bill.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if you heard correctly, there are no penalties for the liars in the bill. We're going to allow false accusations, but there are no penalties in your bill for the liars. The locals will be, and I have faith in my local school district, but I don't have faith in the liars. So my other question, Mr. Speaker, Representative Davnie would yield is
He will.
that you say there's an appeal process. So say again, the liars stick together. It goes on Dan's permanent record. Now, what is the process for Dan to remove a lie from his permanent record after the fact? Say it's a year later, he's still trying. It's been proven now that the 3 individuals or the 5 individuals really did make up the lie. It wasn't true. Where is the process in the bill, not at the local level because we're talking about your bill, where is the process for that record to be cleared?
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Zellers, under the Data Practices Act, anyone can challenge data that is false or inaccurate. You can have false data expunged or inaccurate data corrected. It's a point of law.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, in your bill, Representative Davnie, because you're setting up a new process here where your accusers are anonymous, that the parents may or may not know, you may or may not be questioned, you probably will be questioned without the parents in the room. And again, in your bill, I ask specifically, if you would yield again, Mr. Speaker, where that process is in your bill. Under current law is again, I agree with Representative Holberg. I don't think your bill is addressing that, but under your bill specifically where that is, because that's what we're talking about here. When you have anonymous accusers be able to bring charges, if corroborated and there's still liars are lying, how does Dan fix his record, his permanent record? Because that's what we're talking about here under your bill, Representative Davnie.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Zellers, House File 826 attempts to replace the weakest anti-bullying statute in the nation. It does not attempt to replace all existing school statute or any part of Chapter 13.
Representative Zellers.
So again, it doesn't. Well, members, the idea that this bill isn't somehow going to be in any way clarifying to the teachers, the administrators, to the bullies is sad, because what's going to happen is you're going to have lawsuits. Everybody, if the parents can't be in the room when their children are being accused of bullying and are going to be questioned without them, and then can never address the accusers if they're lying, which, again, if some of these kids are bad kids and are willing to bully their fellow students in ways that are absolutely horrendous and vicious, and are willing to lie, those are the ones that are going to take most advantage of this. So you're actually going to, in some odd twist, going to help bullies be even more vicious to some of these students. And in the process, you're going to create lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And dollars that could have gone to the classroom, dollars that could have gone to programming to help students, are going to be spent by school districts in lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And the fact that there's no due process in this bill, I'm not for setting up a more litigious society. Even though I think Representative Winkler's a fine man, I'm sure he'd like to practice law a lot more. This is going to actually have a chilling effect to our students, to our schools, to actually educating. And the sad thing is that there's some kids that are going to get bullied that should not have had to go through this, because we're going to pass a bill. Actually, Representative Davnie said it best. For what we'd like to have happen, not what's actually going to happen. Members, I wish we would have spent more time on actual fixing bullying instead of talking about a bill that's riddled with holes, which has the author in a sarcastic and somewhat dismissive tone with a lot of the questions that have been answered here tonight, doesn't care to answer them. The disrespect he showed Representative Holberg on data privacy, which I don't think there's anybody in this House chamber that has spent more time and more energy, it's sad. I wish you could send it back to conference committee, make some changes, improve the bill, give the parents and the students the due process they deserve. But we know how this is going to go. I encourage a red vote, but more importantly, I encourage you to spend time explaining to your school districts what's coming and to prepare for the lawsuits. Please vote no, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move that the House will waive Rule 1.50 to allow the House to meet past midnight, and I'd ask for your support.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, while Minnesota currently has the weakest bullying law in the nation, in 2005 we were a nation leader. Minnesota actually passed the first anti-bullying legislation in the country, and it was carried by then Republican State Representative Kathy Tinglestead. In 2007, we then added the electronic version of bullying to give schools the ability to deal with that issue as well. We have the opportunity to be once again a leader in the nation, and I encourage all members to support this bill.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Mary Murphy, I think sometimes few words say a lot, and you said the other day that I am so disappointed. Well, I can tell you that I guess I may have not been so disappointed as shocked, because I was just watching over the last 10 hours here, and the impassioned pleas of all the representatives here, and I kept thinking to myself how this didn't have to happen. Mr. Speaker and members, I think the process here started out great. And Representative Davnie, you and I served on a task force together, the governor's bullying task force. And we went through about a 6-month process and had great people and great groups in that process. And then we finished up in August, and the elections came. And we all know what happened then. And somehow, we felt empowered to say we don't care about the process anymore. We don't need input anymore. We will draft a bill so that the next time that a member on the task force for roughly 6 months saw that bill or had any input on that bill was the day that someone delivered it to my desk and asked me to sign it. So as we sit here for 10 hours, I'm just curious if any member on the other side, what time was it? Was it 3 o'clock? Was it 5 o'clock? Was it 7 o'clock? That it maybe occurred to you is that where did we go wrong in the process? When is the last time that I had a bill that we spent 10 hours on with all these questions that the author does not have good answers for? And Representative Davnie, I felt sorry for you because you couldn't have all the answers because we did not go through the process. We should have invited all of this. We should have had all of this in the committee meetings. But apparently, we decided that this bill was going to pass. If any of you recall, 3 years ago, we had a bullying bill. And we had bipartisan support. We actually passed this. Now, I know the governor vetoed that one, but the fact of the matter is we had bipartisan support at one time. But today we sat here for 10 hours asking question after question, just asking for answers and asking for input on the bill. Members, I think one of the saddest parts is that we saw a number of kids here at the Capitol today, paraded through here, and I think they are under the impression that when this bill passes, somehow they're not going to be bullied anymore. And that is so far from the truth. Members, if at any time throughout the day you question the process here, this is your opportunity to do something about it. I urge a vote, no vote.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know it's late. It's not my custom to speak unless I have something to say. And I wasn't going to speak at all until I heard the dialogue with Representative Davnie and Representative Hamilton. And I was extremely concerned that with this bill about to pass, that the author and no one else in this body could define what bullying language was compared to trash talk, compared to something intentional, compared to a threat. Now that is the whole heart of the bill. And if you can't define that on the floor, even in a hypothetical, you know who will define it? About 9 hours ago, I told you who would be defining it. The guy at the school, the woman at the school who's in charge of who's the primary contact person on line 4.9. And there's 2,500 school buildings in Minnesota, plus or minus. There's different numbers in the website. About 2,500 different school buildings. 2,500 people are going to interpret this. And they're going to tell the parents of Representative Zellers, or of a teacher, or of a passerby, or of a ninth grade student who's of any race you choose, that something they joke about at home is now not okay and they're suddenly a bully. And it's not going to be as simple as what Representative Davnie thinks about the action is going to be. I've spent my career here, 16 years in the human service arena, and I know that we have a county-based system. We make our laws here and our rules, and the county is supposed to implement them. And I talked to the department staff, and we have some awesome department staff. But they think the people in the counties know what they know about how to run these programs. That's true in some counties, but it's not at all true in other counties. And some of the biggest disconnects are with poorly trained county workers, well-intended, who do not know the programs. And I'm going to tell you that it's impossible to have 2,500 identically trained, they're all going to be well-intended, but some people they're more bossy, some people are more laid back, and you're going to have 2,500 different ways this is implemented. And that's going to be the truth. And you're going to have to pass a law sometime to come back and fix this, but not until some kids get hurt, until some kids aren't stopped from bullying, and some kids are made to act like they're something that they're not. And I just wanted to caution you about that. It just provokes my thinking. This bill is not ready to pass. I nearly made a motion 9 hours ago to send it back, but that was apparently a bad idea at the time. It looks even better now, Mr. Speaker. I want to also point out that we just spent 10 hours on a single motion, which I believe is a record. It's a record in my time anyway, and no one really keeps track of those things. And do you know why, Mr. Speaker and members on both sides out, why we did that? There was no plan to drag this out. We didn't drop the plow. We weren't trying to stall for some wonderful aggrandizement and set a record. We did this because we actually care about this bill. We care about the kids. We care just as much as you. And Representative Hillstrom, I don't know if it's the weakest bill in the country, but this is just because that was short doesn't mean it was ineffective. It worked at least in some places. But just because you put a title on a bill saying it's safe and supportive, doesn't make it so. And so I'm concerned, and that's why we did this. And I think that people are kind of creative in their comments. And I do have one question, Representative Davnie, if he will.
He will yield. Representative Abler.
So I understand about private school kids coming to play sports and homeschoolers that are going to play sports. They're subject to all this. Can you tell me how long they're going to be subject to it? Is it during the time of the sport? Is it on the weekends? When the sport's over, are they out? Can you give an opinion so when somebody asks that later, then at least they'll know what the author meant? Do you understand my question?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Representative Abler. My understanding is that students would be covered by this while they're engaged in that activity.
Representative Abler.
I should have been a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. I just write laws. Let me just clarify. So this is going to come up somewhere. So you said while they're engaged in the activity, like if they're in homeschool from 9 until 3, and then they go to play sports from 3 till 6. When they're engaged in the activity, do you mean the 3 till 6, or do you mean the course of the season?
Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Abler, I would mean from 3 to 6 for the duration of the season, provided that they're involved in it from 3 to 6 every day of the season.
Representative Abler. Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to be clever. I'm just trying to that question has not come up yet tonight. See, it's a new question, and I think it's productive to talk about. This bill really shouldn't be passed into law, Mr. Speaker. It really should not. And I think that if any of you on the other side have listened to some of this debate, you have to have some doubts. Well, one person doesn't have a doubt anyway, my good friend there. But this bill passed with 2 votes on concurrence. I think it's just a majority vote on that, but 69 votes. So if 2 of you wonder that this is ready to go or not, you can just vote no, and then we'll get a chance to have a conference. And it would be my opinion, if we do have a conference and it comes back, we could just do a short discussion, because you would have made some improvements and we would all promise to maybe say nothing. I would promise that, Mr. Speaker. So it's my conviction, Mr. Speaker, and why I'm speaking twice, that this bill will actually cause harm. And some of the things you intend, and I know I'm not questioning your motives because they're the highest. And to all the 69 members who voted for this thing, I know you mean well. But if you cannot tell me, any one of you, the difference between bullying language and trash talk and something where it's much more purposeful, you're going to have the courts will decide, or there'll be somebody harmed in the meantime, and some unintended consequences will be occurring. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to vote no.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Been listening to the debate, the discussion going on now today, and I would like to know if Representative Davnie would again yield to a question.
He will. Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davnie, if you're so inclined, we'd have you look at page 12, 12.26, where I have a question. I'd like to have this clarified before we go to a vote. And I didn't really hear this touched on during the discussions, so I just want to get this clarified. 1226, it says, we start with the definition of the School Safety Technical Assistance Center. The Commissioner shall establish a School Safety Technical Assistance Center at the Department to help districts and schools under the section provide a safe and supportive learning environment and foster academic achievement for all students by focusing on prevention, intervention, support, and recovery efforts to develop and maintain safe and supportive schools. Well, that's all pretty black and white right there, I get that. But the part that concerns me is the second sentence here, is the next sentence. The center, which we just defined, must, doesn't say may, it says must, work collaboratively with implicated state agencies identified by the center and schools, communities, and interested individuals and organizations to determine how to best use available resources. So Representative Davnie, according to this language, these centers must allow anyone, because that's what it says, any interested, these people, that interested individuals or organizations into these school safety centers. My question to you, Representative Davnie, is what happens if a group or an individual who espouses hate? What if they espouse a way of violence? What if they espouse a way of racism? What if they espouse some type of negative belief? What if they want to be in on this center? Your language here says that they must be included. What if these people want to be included in these groups, in these centers? Will the superintendents, will the administrators, will the teachers, will the parents be able to say, hey, wait a minute, you've got this center in my school, and there's these 3 groups out there that are openly engaged in hateful activities, And they're looking at your language here, and they say, you have to let us in. What power does the school, the individual district, the individual superintendent, the individual parent, the individual administrator, what gives them the ability to say, hey, wait a minute, you can't come in here because you're not part of this equation, but according to the language here, it says that they must be allowed in. So if you could clarify that for me, I would appreciate it.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Newberger. There are not centers in the schools. There's one center. It's the Department of Education. At least at this time, that's located in Roseville, Minnesota. So let me alleviate you of those concerns there. Secondly, the must only applies to the implicated state agencies. Now, those are listed on page 11, 11.19, 11.20, and 11.21, the Departments of Education, Health, Human Rights, Human Services, Public Safety, Corrections, and the Office of Higher Education. And again, Representative Newberger, involvement in the schools is a function of local control, local responsibility, and local decision making. If a school district, school superintendent, or school board does not wish for an organization to be involved in the schools, they simply say no.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Davnie, you answered the question, I believe, in part when you said that this only applies to the implicated state agencies, but the language here, there's a real loose loophole here, because it says implicated state agencies identified by the center and schools, communities, and interested individuals and organizations to determine how to best use available resources. I offer to you, Representative Davnie, that what you have done is that you have opened up the henhouse to the foxes. With that, I'll urge you all to vote no.
Representative Wilmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't normally get up to talk a lot on the House floor, and now I've been up 3 times today, but I feel so passionately about this issue. I just can't not say. I mean, I am against this bill for so many reasons. Of course, the costs. Of course, what Representative Holberg talked with data practices issues. They're so real and serious. I talked about local control. We don't need this bill. We have school districts that are doing this job. But the most egregious and most important thing to me is the curriculum that will be used. And we've looked at this book before. And when I look at the line that says 5.29, schools are encouraged to provide developmentally appropriate programmatic instruction, and I know that this book is on the list for that, I just can't not speak out against it again. This is pornographic. If you haven't seen it, please come to my desk. I would be happy to show it to you. You will slam it down like almost everyone else because it's gross. It's terrible. And I was thinking this afternoon, if I were to walk around my neighborhood, as I will do, and I'll walk around my district with this book this summer and campaign and talk about, you know, why I'm running and what kinds of harmful things I think happened in the last session, which is what I'm going to say. And I'm going to show people this book. They'll be outraged. They care about their children. We care about our children. Do you not care about your children, that they're going to see this kind of material? You care about bullying, but you don't care about this. And I'm not saying I don't care about bullying. We've got that established. But this is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And I'm not going to stand here. I just beg you to look in your hearts and think about your kids and your grandkids and what they have to do. Vote no on this bill.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do need to thank the House staff and the chamber staff. Earlier when I stood up during the previous motion, they had provided for me a side-by-side comparison since it had been a year to be able to go over the points, and I very much appreciate the staff, especially in these long hours. I was wondering if Representative Seltzer could yield to a question.
Representative Seltzer? Representative Seltzer will yield. Representative Quam?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that you've been active on school boards as myself, and that you're familiar with the Minnesota School Boards Association having a practice of generating model policies. And those model policies are used by, I think, the majority of the school systems, and then we augment them and have the local group, adapt them. And since it's been stated that this is to replace the weakest statute, and the only thing I can understand is that weak means size or smaller, that it's actually the implementation by each school district with policies that takes care of addressing this and other issues. So I'd like Representative Seltzer to explain, is there anything from your district that you served on in their policy that's missing that this bill will address and augment?
Representative Seltzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Quam, thank you for your question. And I feel that the policies that we had in the Hopkins School District closely mirror the good bill that I'm hopeful will pass this evening. And the problem is that with a state law that is only 37 words long, obviously with some of the other issues we've had with student suicides because of bullying and those types of issues, that unfortunately some school districts could possibly use a little guidance or just a little nudge in that area to develop those policies.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's at the crux of the matter. This bill is meant to set something up that will cause or facilitate each individual district to generate a policy that covers. And I have, in all the discussion, not heard from a single teacher, superintendent, principal, school board member state that their school and their school's policy is lacking and that this will magically make their policy better. And that is part of the issue I have, that we're trying to force down a change where if there are issues, we need to look at those districts and address those issues, because frankly, no matter whether it's the previous law, current statute, or this one or the next one, if they cannot translate that down into a policy in their district that works for their students, then it doesn't matter what the statute says. And I put forth that we actually do have, in the vast majority, great policies, and I was a little bit disappointed when the chief author mentioned not being familiar with the model policy. Now, I did have a clarification I'm trying to understand, because in the previous discussion, sports has come up. In the verbiage in the bill on page 2, there are quite a few things that reference interfering with a student's performance or ability to participate in a school activity. 222, intimidating, threatening, or harming, not limited to conduct that causes physical harm. And I have my oldest son played football, and frankly there was physical harm on that field because the kids were playing hard, and that happens. Now, the way this reads would indicate that there would be bullying activity just about every snap in a football game. And while I understand a need to protect, I would ask that the chief author clarify that there would not be an unintended consequence that would impede our football games. And with that, we'll sit down and let him answer.
Representative Davnie will yield. Representative Davnie.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Quam, play ball.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just wanted to close with a few comments and thoughts based on everything that we've listened here tonight. You know, sometimes we have legislation that has a title or a name, the Safe and Supportive School Act. And I guess I would like to ask, you know, will the Safe and Supportive School Act be safe for our students and keep our students safe from infringement by the government upon their freedom and their free speech? I guess I would ask if the Safe and Supportive School Act will be promoting safety and permits our parents to be safe from data collection without consent. I would also ask if the Safe and Supportive School Act will be supportive of our students' liberty and free speech. I also would ask if the Safe and Supportive School Act would be supportive of parental consent on these issues. Members, this bill, I'm afraid, is the Safe and Supportive School Act is really going to teach our children that dissenting points of view and negative speech simply is not permitted. I would urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I took my swing on the non-concur. I was hoping we could send it back and work on the bill. But I just wanted to say that just one point on the bill yet. You know, the bill contains the word emotional distress. And there's been some back and forth about whether or not that includes speech. And the author believes that it doesn't, and there's been assertions over here that it does. And I would simply say this: it'll just take one lawsuit, ladies and gentlemen, and one activist judge to expand this definition to speech. I believe the author that he doesn't intend that, but I think that the potential with the wording that's in here could easily be interpreted and expanded to speech. I know lots of people have emotional distress over things that are said to them. You know, the other thing, our current policy has been criticized for being too short. I would simply state this: which has been more effective in promoting prosperity, liberty, and accomplishment, the Declaration of Independence or the IRS tax code? You don't have to answer, but you can think about that, okay? And finally, you have bipartisan opposition to this bill, both in the Senate and the House. I wish there was some way we could work on it and come up with a better solution. And finally, I see Representative Davnie's down on the oh, there he is. I just want to say to you, Representative Davnie, you know, I've had sharp disagreements as a school board member, which probably is hard to believe now, in meetings, but even with people at the school board level that I sharply disagreed with, I always sensed that they wanted what was best for the children, okay? I sensed that in you. The only thing is, I believe you're promoting the wrong philosophy. If we can somehow make some modifications to protect the children from the curriculum that we talked about and other things, and I know you believe in your heart that that won't happen, but there's a lot of us that do. I have children and grandchildren, okay? Young grandchildren. And when you do this type of bill with these types of implications, it's an incentive for people to leave the public school system. And I don't really want that. We need a good, strong public school system. But we need to promote the values that bring people in and not obscenity and curriculum that will drive them out. Please think about that. If there's some way we could vote this down and work on the bill, I would forever be indebted to you. Thank you.
Representative Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a couple of brief comments. One, in follow-up, after Representative Zeller's line of questioning, did a little bit of looking, and Representative Davnie, you talked about things that were already in statute that you didn't cover specifically in your bill, but you assured us were covered by existing statute. And I just want to make sure members realize what they're voting on and what is and is not already in statute. When it comes to the issue of the right to due process and what's provided for in statute, if you look at members 121A.42 That's where this is covered in statute, and it talks about the fact that no public school shall deny due process or equal protection of the law to any public school pupil. And here's the key part, members, only in the cases of suspension, exclusion, or expulsion. And then you can go on to read examples of that and definitions of that. But members, those are the only three areas in which there's a right to due process. So if a child is in a room with the principal, teachers, coaches, whatever the case might be, if they don't have the wherewithal to think to ask for their parents to be there or someone else, and furthermore, if the school sees fit that the child should have to sit in the principal's office every day that week undergoing interrogation, if it's seen fit that they should be kicked off the football team, if it's seen fit that they should not be allowed to go on a field trip, whatever the case might be, because of allegations against them for being a bully, members, they have no access to due process under current law. And it's become evidently clear they have no access to due process under the bill that Representative Davnie is carrying tonight. Members, I feel like it was a bit misleading before. I felt like after the way Representative Davnie left it that this area was covered, that there was no need for it in this bill tonight because our students would be protected and their parents' rights would be protected. Well, members, it's not. And if I'm wrong and if there's another statute that I don't see, anyone over there, please stand up and help clarify that. But members, this is not clearly identified in law. And that's concerning. It's concerning for parents. It's concerning for these students and the situations that they're going to be put in. And so, members, I didn't like this bill coming into today, and I didn't think I could like it much worse. But after sitting through all of this today, I am even more compelled that this is irresponsible lawmaking. This is an irresponsible bill, members. It's irresponsibly drafted. The terms that are used, the lack of definitions, the lack of clarity, the lack of direction, and most of all, the lack of rights given to parents and students in this state is shocking. And I know members on that side of the aisle are doing this on behalf of students, maybe doing it on behalf of parents, but chiefly on behalf of students, I believe. But members, we are going to be devastating the rights of parents and the rights of these kids in many instances. It's the exact opposite of what we're trying to do. And so, members, I just ask you to take a closer look at this. We're getting close to a vote, and whatever happens, I hope that as we go forward that work can continue to be done to fix some of the issues that are unresolved in this bill. And a case has been laid. I hope members are paying attention. But it's an irresponsible bill, members, and it's disappointing to see its path. It could have been much different, as was pointed out by Representative Kelly, and it's too bad that opportunity was missed. Please vote no.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I will be brief, and I do greatly appreciate the respect with which members have shown in this very long debate. But, you know, to echo on some of the comments that Representative Kelly made, I've met with a lot of students and parents who have come to me and have shared some stories that absolutely made my heart hurt for some of the treatment they've incurred in some of our public schools. Parents who felt they had no options but to move their kids into private school because bad behavior and bullying was not addressed. But everyone who has gotten up to speak on this bill has expressed an interest in trying to make sure that our schools are all safe and nurturing environments for our students. We all want that. But we all also know and have expressed some really valid concerns about where parents are going to be involved in that process, what their rights are to be informed, how that due process will work. There are some bills that come along every once in a while that absolutely must be bipartisan for the good of our state, for the good of our students and our families. This is one of those bills, and it's not. It's not. It's April 8th, members. There is time to work on this. There is time to send it back to a conference. As Representative Kelly pointed out, there was a bipartisan bill passed in 2009, roughly. Unfortunately, was vetoed. But there is a way to craft bipartisan agreement on some of these issues. For some of the parents and the students that are here watching, What are we offering them if their schools are not addressing the problem? We're saying every school have a bullying policy. Most schools, all of the ones that I'm aware of, have one. But there's some failures along the way. But there's holes in this bill a mile wide that we've all spent hours and hours pointing out that need to be addressed. I just received an email, as did a couple of other members in this body, from a gentleman that I know in my area. He's actually not my constituent. He's not of the same party, and he and I don't agree on a whole lot, other than he's a nice guy, and I think he probably thinks I'm all right too. But he was listening to the debate tonight, and he said, you know, the Republicans are raising some valid points. Maybe you should just send this back to conference and stop all the debating and go fix this. Now, I can't offer a motion to reconsider the motion to concur because I didn't vote on the prevailing side. But one of you can. One of you can. And I hope you will.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move for a call of the House.
Representative, are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands? The clerk will take the roll. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent member.
Representative Murphy moves that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. The clerk will close the roll and the Sergeant-at-Arms will bring in the absent members. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank everybody for the long but very thoughtful debate on this issue. I think it's a demonstration of certainly how we have learned to work together. And while we don't agree on this issue, I think certainly we have voiced disagreement respectfully tonight. And I certainly do appreciate that. You know, obviously, I wish that this bill would have received, or I think we saw a test vote earlier, but I wish on the final passage this bill would be a bipartisan bill, and I think it's really unfortunate that it doesn't look like it will be. I think it is a real missed opportunity for the Democrats to have worked on something together in a bipartisan fashion that really would have worked to improve the situation in our schools. Unfortunately, that is not what we have in front of us today. I think that most of all, I think that there are some points that have gotten lost in the process here, and I'm going to review and summarize some of those, and I won't take a lot of time, but I'm disappointed most of all that really we've missed an opportunity to work together and an opportunity to start with a problem and work towards a solution. You know, frankly, we have the best teachers in the nation in this state, and I very sincerely mean that. And I think every one of us here in this chamber believes that. And I think that fact, above all, is what makes this bill absolutely unnecessary. I disagree with Democrats. I don't think that Minnesota teachers are the weakest in the nation at dealing with bullying in our schools. Every school in the state of Minnesota already has an anti-bullying policy created by local officials. It's required by state law currently. I've recently visited a number of schools, and I've seen those policies posted in very prominent places. And we've heard from many members tonight who have talked about the hours of training that goes on with staff members in the schools and ultimately educating students as to what bullying is and what the ramifications are. Our members have had meetings with local school districts all over the state, and they are not asking for this law. This bill overrides local control and discretion to deal with local problems, and it will tie hands of administrators and teachers with red tape and lawyers. There is nothing that currently prevents a school from putting a policy just like this into place if they want to. But members, this bill will prevent a school from putting a policy in place that they might feel is better for their community than this. This bill will prevent that. As Republicans, we want to keep dollars in the classroom. This bill has a huge cost, $500,000 a year for fiscal years 2014 and 15. Already has been appropriated in Education Finance Omnibus Bill in 2013. That money for 2014 has just been sitting, and that's to pay for these climate centers. The local impact notes on what this is going to cost local school districts absolutely skyrocketing, $20 to $25 million per year. That's money that local school districts are going to take out of the classrooms to pay for this. There's no better example of an unfunded mandate that we're putting on our schools. And most importantly, we as Republicans support parents' rights and we support children's privacy. If your child is accused of bullying, it could go in their permanent record and no parental notification is required. In this bill, the rights of parents and students are not safeguarded with explicit language. And schools are not required to notify parents when their child is accused of bullying or if your child has been bullied themselves. I was actually pretty proud to hear earlier tonight from one of the DFL members that it was a Republican that brought the original bullying bill in Minnesota, and that bill passed out of this body on a bipartisan vote. And I think that's a good example of how this bill should have been handled this year. And I'll say it one more time, I think this is a real missed opportunity. Nobody likes bullying, and it's important to make sure that all children feel safe in our schools. Republicans support anti-bullying policies that are developed and implemented at the local level. We trust principals, teachers, and parents to keep our kids safe. This bill is absolutely unnecessary, and I encourage a no vote.
Representative Davnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for a long and vigorous debate. I appreciate the patience and the tenacity and the engagement. And a special thank you to Representative Newton for listening to my muttering over the last 11 hours. Let me start, if I may, Mr. Speaker, with some other thank yous. I want to particularly thank the young people, Larissa, Jay, Alexa, Nabil, Elise, Jake, of course. Hopefully he's in bed. Andrew, Hunter, Chris, and Kristen, who came and testified or worked on the bill in many ways. I want to thank Governor Dayton and Commissioner Cassellius for their leadership, and the other members of the Governor's Task Force on the Prevention of School Bullying, especially the co-chairs, Dr. Walter Roberts and Julie Herzog. To my co-author, Senator Dill, and to the leadership of Outfront Minnesota, thank you for entrusting me 5 years ago with this issue and this opportunity. I want to thank the supporters of this bill, Education Minnesota, the Minnesota School Board Association, the Minnesota Association of School Administrators, the Elementary Principals Association, the Secondary Principals Association, the AFL-CIO. I also would direct members to the list of the Safe Schools for All Coalition, over 140 community organizations across the state representing labor, faith, healthcare, youth development, and LGBT and other groups. These are the public schools. The public has stepped up and asked that we respond. The vote before us, members, is whether we replace the weakest anti-bullying statute in the country with a comprehensive approach that empowers students, teachers, parents, and school administrators to create strong and supportive schools, welcoming school communities where all students will know that they're welcomed, accepted, their families respected, and where they're able to achieve and graduate prepared to take their place and perhaps our place in the 21st century. This bill has gotten hours of debate in committee and hours again on this floor. In those committee debates, there were many powerful moments. Members of our diverse Minnesota community stepped forward to share their community's experience of being singled out for bullying. Teachers and administrators talked of successes that they've experienced in their schools when they took up comprehensive programs to create stronger school climates and reduce bullying. Attorneys and lobbyists shared their concerns and support. Students talked about their experience when schools didn't respond. And parents testified in tears, talking about their children's experience of bullying and eventual suicide. Tonight, those voices and many more across Minnesota are asking us to step up and lead with them, to provide them the tools to create safe and welcoming schools for the next generation, to move Minnesota into a position of leadership in the next generation of school reform, looking at school climates, our students' experience each and every day. Members, I respect that for some of you this is going to be a hard vote that I'm asking you to take. But the courage I ask you to honor with your vote tonight is the courage that some students need to muster each and every day just to go to school. And the courage that I ask you to honor is the courage of educators and other school staff who step up in ways big and little to reach out and connect with those students. Members, our schools are getting more diverse. Immigrant communities are enriching our schools and add diverse viewpoints, languages, and cultures. LGBT students are often coming out earlier and asking to be respected and safe. Religious communities are asking that their beliefs and traditions be respected. Students with disabilities are increasingly self-advocating and asking for more opportunities. All of those students, and in fact all of Minnesota students, deserve schools that prepare them to take their place in Minnesota. New challenges, members, require new tools. A central value of public education in this country since its beginning has been to prepare young people for citizenship and to inculcate them the important civic values of respect for others and respect for diversity. The Safe and Supportive Minnesota Schools for All bill builds on those traditional values and will help students prepare for the increasingly diverse workforce of tomorrow. Members, a few weeks ago, the Safe Schools for All Coalition held a student day on the Hill. Over 400 students from across the state packed the rotunda and fanned out through the Capitol, asking members to support this bill and help them create the sort of schools that they want to learn in, they want their friends to grow and develop in, and they want their siblings to enter. Members, with our votes tonight, let's hear the voices of our youth, our parents, our teachers, our administrators who want to build safe and supportive schools for all of Minnesota's children. I ask for your green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 63 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the Senate and its title agreed to.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate File 1900, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate bills.
Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1689, an act relating to insurance. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction and first reading of Senate File 1725, an act relating to public safety. Rosenthal moves that Senate File 1725 and House File 2156 now in the General Register be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
Introduction and first reading of 2310, an act relating to state government. Nelson moves that Senate File 2310, House File 2664 now in the General Register be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered.
First reading of Senate File 1900, an act relating to health. Schoen moves that Senate File 1900, House File 2307 now in the General Register be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3017. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 3017, on the calendar for the day, the first engrossment, an act relating to public safety.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Murphy moves that the call of the House be lifted. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. Representative Paymar.
Speaker, members, House File 3017. Mr. Speaker, House File 3017 is the Governor's unsession bill related to the Department of Public Safety. It deals with obsolete statutes under the Office of Justice Programs, the Emergency Communication Network, the State Fire Marshal, and the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Given the late hour, Mr. Speaker, members, if there are any specific questions, this is all non-controversial, outdated statutes and revisions. Representative Cornish, Lesh, Hillstrom, and myself met with representatives of DPS and rejected some of their recommendations, accepted most of their recommendations for House File 3017.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Paymar moving to amend House File 3017. The first engrossment is followed. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Paymar.
Mr. Speaker, this is probably a statute that should have been removed in the unsession bill. It deals with the Violent Crime Coordinating Council that was established after the Metro Gang Strike Force scandal. All of that has been rectified, but after meeting with the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, she feels that the VCCC still has a role to play, and so this just updates that particular statute, and I would ask for your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 3017 as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion of the bill. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. Being 131 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2953. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2953. On the calendar for the day, an act relating to corrections.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought forward by the Minnesota Association of Community Corrections Act County, and it makes a modification to the statute that authorizes counties to participate in the Community Corrections Act. As you know, there's 3 delivery systems for offender supervision or probation services, Department of Corrections, County Probation Officer services, as well as the Community Corrections Act counties, and this affects only Community Corrections Act counties. Currently, the statute requires that counties that participate in Community Corrections Act as joint powers be geographically contiguous or share a border. What this bill does would remove that one requirement of contiguous while maintaining all the other standards for participating as Community Correction Act counties. I know of no opposition to the bill, and I appreciate your support.
There are no amendments to the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2953.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 126 ayes and 6 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2746. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2746 on the calendar for today, the first engrossment, an act relating to agriculture.
Representative Poppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House File 2746 is the unsession bill which removes obsolete, redundant, and unnecessary laws administered by the Department of Ag. The number one priority of the Department of Ag is food safety, and nothing in this bill changes that. It does just deal with outdated references and eliminates some language, and does things that the USDA is already doing, so we don't need to repeat that. And it does not contain anything controversial, does not impact food safety, so I would urge your support.
The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2746.
Third reading. Any further discussion? Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We fought pretty hard on the provision to make sure that it was left in there about the commissioner having to go out himself to catch the wild boars. So thank you, Madam Chair, to keep that in there. Being a little facetious, but please support the bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2840. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2840, the first engrossment, an act relating to local government.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is very near and dear to my heart and my constituents back in Faribault, Minnesota. Rice County District 1 Hospital that has been there for over 50 years is currently facing significant revenue losses. This bill would repeal a statute that prohibits the sale of the hospital. House File 2840 authorizes the hospital district to sell and transfer management and operation of the hospital. This is a local issue that is very important to the future of our community, and I would appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2840.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Close the roll. There being 131 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2569. The clerk will report the bill.
Didn't we pass that already? Senate File 2669, the first engrossment, an act relating to housing.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's the unsession bill for housing. This bill does a few things. First, it deals with a reporting requirement expiration for the Minnesota Families Affordable Rental Investment Fund. The fund is no longer making loans, and this program is no longer providing the services. It is still collecting some funds, so that this bill would sunset the reporting mechanism on this fund in 2020. Elimination of the local bond issue report. This section would repeal an additional report that cities currently already do to the Met Council of Minnesota Housing, so it's duplicative. And they're already, both the Minnesota Public Finance Institute and Met Council are in favor of eliminating the report. We have several repealers. I could go through them all. Most of them are now being used by either Challenge or the Housing Trust Fund. First one is the Housing Preservation Program, which hasn't been funded to the mid-90s. Rent Assistance for Family Stabilization was last funded under this in 1999. Community Rehabilitation Fund Account, last funded in 1999. And Employer Housing Contributions, last funded in 1999. All of them are now either under Challenge or the Housing Trust Fund. We eliminate many obsolete rules in this bill as well, and then we finally move on to the state register notice. They requested that they can post a link to where the report can be listed rather than actually listing the report, saving a very small amount of money from $300 to $50 in a year. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2569.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge members to support the bill. It's the on-session bill for our committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2576. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2576, the fifth engrossment, an act relating to criminal justice.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we have in front of you today House File 2576, a bill that contains a variety of reforms to Minnesota's expungement laws. As many of you know, 1 in 5 Minnesotans have some sort of criminal or juvenile record. We hear from them often. They're our constituents and our neighbors and our friends. There was a time in history where people who made 1 or 2 mistakes as a young person or a young adult were able to rehabilitate themselves and sort of move on with their lives and become productive members of society. But unfortunately, that time has passed with electronic transfer of records and some of the other record keeping we do, and people are facing collateral consequences really for the rest of their lives for mistakes that they made in the past. And there are people that want to be able to obtain gainful employment and move on with their lives and become productive members of society. For many years, juvenile and adult records at the courts and the executive branch were expunged by the court, but some recent Minnesota Supreme Court decisions asked the legislature to revisit the area of expungement and clarify which records could be sealed by the court, both criminal and juvenile records. In reaction to that and to address that issue, over the interim, Representative Hillstrom and Senator Champion put together a pre-session bipartisan working group to address the issue of expungement and develop a solution. We met several times over the interim, and I want to thank members on both sides of the aisle who participated in that, and all the input we had from the public and from different agencies, and we, I think, put together a pretty good expungement bill coming out of that working group that met over the interim. This bill in front of us carefully balances public safety concerns while at the same time increasing opportunity for our family and friends and neighbors who have criminal and juvenile records. We went through 4 policy committees and without opposition. This bill has broad support from 50 member organizations of the Minnesota Second Chance Coalition, the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, the Minnesota Coalition of Battered Women, the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault, and the Joint Legislative Coalition, just to name a few. To quickly go through the sections of the bill, members, Section 1 and 2 clarify that the Department of Human Services shall maintain the privacy of expunged records when someone qualifies for a background study set aside. Section 3 continues long-standing juvenile record expungement law by clarifying that records related to juvenile delinquency, not just the order of adjudication, can be expunged. It also provides a standard
and factors for consideration in juvenile records expungement and allows easier access to expunge juvenile records by criminal justice agencies. Section 4 requires private business screening services to delete expunged records. Section 5 provides the sealing of some records in housing court when the finding is in favor of the defendant. Section 6 clarifies the following executive branch records may be sealed if the petitioner shows by clear and convincing evidence that they are in need and deserving of an expungement. A diversion and stay of adjudication records if crime-free for 2 years since the completion of sentence. Petty misdemeanors, misdemeanors, and gross misdemeanors if crime-free since 5 years of completion of the sentence. And nonviolent felonies that are level 1 or 2 of the sentencing guidelines if crime-free for 8 years since completion of the sentence. Section 7 allows for the sealing of records eligible under the statute without a petition or court hearing with the prosecutor's agreement and victim notification. Section 8 simply clarifies the filing fee that petitioners have to pay the court. Section 9 adds factors the court must consider in granting an expungement. Those factors are enumerated throughout Section 9 and applies to both adult conviction record expungements and juvenile record expungements. Section 10 adds full restoration to prior status for victims of a crime when their record, if directly related to victimization, is expunged. This is language that came to us from the Coalition of Battered Women and MNCASA to address the fact that oftentimes in domestic abuse situations, sometimes the victim finds themselves being charged with the crime as well. Sections 11 and 12 provide easier exchange of expunged records between criminal justice agencies for use in investigation, prosecution, and sentencing for all records expunged after enactment, and requires notice of expunged records to the Department of Human Services. And Section 13 requires agencies ordered to seal records to notify the petitioner of the sealing. And Mr. Speaker, I believe there's a number of amendments at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heard as moving to amend House File 2576, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1088.
Representative Hurtas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The amendment that I'm offering simply makes a few changes. It mainly has to do with the issue of restitution. On page 9, line 15, it deletes the word "and." Line 1.3, page 9, after line 15, inserts on 1.4, the amount, if any, of restitution outstanding, past efforts made by the petitioner toward payment, and the measures in place to help ensure completion of restitution payment after expungement of the record, if granted, and what this essentially does is invites the judge to take a look at the record and whether or not restitution has been completed, and basically brings the issue of restitution back into consideration for expungement. I would urge a green vote. Thank you.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hurtas, for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's a good amendment. As I mentioned in the bill, it outlines a number of the factors the court must determine in considering an expungement. I think adding whether or not the person has made good on their restitution is a good addition to the bill, so I would encourage members to vote yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Melin moving to amend House File 2576, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A24.
Representative Melin, there's also an amendment to your amendment. Would you like to take that up? The clerk will report the amendment.
Melin moving to amend her amendment to House File 2576, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 239.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker and members, and this amendment and the amendment to the amendment came to me from Representative Holberg, who was kind enough to serve on our working group over the interim as well. And at the last minute, we discovered that there needed to be some clarity for other agencies that are maybe doing background checks and how those records would be treated. So the amendment to the amendment requires that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension disclose the existence of the record, but not the record's contents, to any entity conducting a background check mandated by law. So as many of you know, there are a lot of employment, especially in the public sector, that require a background check by law, and this is just to clarify that if they do a background check, that the BCA would be required to notify them that an expunged record exists. I'd ask for members' support.
Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. On the Melin amendment, Representative Melin.
And on this amendment, it requires the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to notify the Commissioner of Human Services of the existence of a sealed record and the right to obtain access, rather than DHS needing to request it. And this goes to some language in the bill, which is actually current law as well. If you petition for an expungement, you have to notify the Department of Human Services that you're seeking an expungement. The department then has the opportunity to weigh in, and then if the order is directed at the Department of Human Services, then they're bound by it. But if those things don't happen, then they're not bound by that expungement order. What some people run into is they file for an expungement thinking that not knowing that they would ever apply for employment within the Department of Human Services, so they don't properly notify the department. When that happens, the department, of course, isn't bound by the expungement order. But what this amendment does says that if that happens, that the BCA has to give notice to DHS that an expunged record exists, and then DHS does have access to that record for licensing purposes. I'd ask for members' support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erickson S. moving to amend House File 2576, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A31.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is to protect our children. It has come to my attention that when teacher candidates are applying for licensure, that the background check through BCA is done, but that the Board of Teaching has the discretion of whether or not to license a candidate in spite of the candidate perhaps having a criminal record. So this amendment would require an expunged record of a conviction must, or in this case we're using the verb shall, be open for purposes of evaluating a prospective employee in a criminal justice agency, or, and I've added the language, that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, in compliance with the background check request by the Board of Teaching or the licensing division of the Department of Education under Section 122A, 18 Subdivision 8. I ask for your support.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Melin moving to amend the Erickson S. amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A34.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Erickson, I think, brought some good points to the floor about making sure that when we're doing background checks for teachers or potential employees in school districts, that it's important that the Department of Education or the Board of Teaching has knowledge that that person may have a record or an expunged record. What my amendment to Representative Erickson's amendment does is it actually came to me from the Department of Education, who
caught this at about the same time you did to make sure that they received proper notice as well. And so what we do in this amendment is treat the Department of Education and the Board of Teaching the same as the Department of Human Services is treated in current law and in the bill, which would require a person seeking an expunged record to notify the Department of Education and or the Board of Teaching that they're seeking an expungement. The Department of Education and Board of Teaching would then have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not that person should get an expungement. And if the court decides to grant an expungement, they would have to serve the Board of Teaching and the Department of Education in order for it to apply to those entities. And that would be for all employees within the school district. So I'm hoping Representative Erickson will take this as an approach to addressing some of the concerns that she had. I would ask for members' support on my amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Melin, when I have studied this further, I'm having some problems with this. So first, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Representative Melin, I think that this weakens the amendment that I have offered, because now the department is going to be able to make a decision in spite of this court order for expungement. The department has some flexibility now, and that bothers me, that these potential employees in our school districts might not come to us with the same guarantees of either expungement or void of a criminal record, and we don't want these in our classroom. We've heard of too many examples, members, where teachers have, candidates have ended up with licenses and been placed in the classrooms. So I'd like a roll call on this, and I just don't think I can support it anymore.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Representative Holbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will Representative Melin yield?
She will. Representative Holbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, you and I have had a number of conversations about the bill and these issues, and so I'm looking at this language here, and I think that it reinstates the same problem that we had initially with Department of Health and Human Services. So let me walk you through a scenario and see if my read of this language is correct. So let's say we pass this bill and somebody gets through the diversion program, they qualify for an expungement, and they were a teacher. So as part of that, they have a duty to notify all those who have their records of the expungement, so the expungement can occur not only in the court, but at the Department of Education and the Board of Teaching. Okay, so everything's expunged. 10 years later, they decide, well, I'd like to be a teacher again. The way I read your language, the ability to view that expungement would be blocked because of the fact that there was a situation 10 years earlier where a prior bad act was expunged. Is that your understanding of this language?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Holberg. It would be treated the same as what the current law is for the Department of Human Services, meaning that if they were properly notified of an expungement petition, had the opportunity to weigh in, and the court directed the expungement order at them, then they would be subject to expunging their records. But I think the other amendment that we just added on, my amendment to the amendment regarding the BCA having to notify a requesting agency that an expunged record exists, would give them notice that that expunged record does exist. But if the person did properly go through the process and notify the agencies and have an expungement granted, and that order was directed at the Board of Teaching and the Department of Education, then they, of course, would be bound by that, just like every other agency is bound by a court order.
Representative Holberg.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Melin, on starting on line 7 of your amendment, you say an expunged record may be opened for purposes of the background check. So that's good. We want that. We don't want teachers, even though the expunged record was 10 years ago, we still want the Board of Teaching to be able to take into account what the bad act was and whether or not they want to issue another license. And so what that language does when you keep reading is it says, unless there was a court order for expungement already directed to the Board of Teaching or the licensing division of the Minnesota Department of Education. And so if you had a teacher that was a bad actor in the 90s, got expunged after we passed this law, they would notify the Department of Teaching if they had a teaching license, you know, of the expungement of the record. And then when 10 years from now, if they want to be a teacher again, because of the language saying that you can't look at it if there was a prior bad act recorded at the Department of Teaching, then they would never know about that expunged record. In contrast to the amendment that you did for the Department of Human Services, which required BCA to notify DHS of a prior expungement if there was a new application for a license.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Holberg. Well, under that scenario, they would know about that there was an existence of an expunged record because they would have been served with the original expungement order, and then it sounds like there was a subsequent application 10 years down the road. But under the amendment, that we added, the BCA has to disclose to any entity conducting a background check that's mandated by law that an expunged record exists, not just the DHS. So they would still, under the new language, be required to notify them that an expunged record exists. But if they, like I said, if they were properly served, the current law for DHS is if there is proper service, then DHS can't disqualify people from employment. Keep in mind that there's a very high bar to get an expungement in the first place, and the court has to weigh a number of factors in determining whether or not a person should have an expunged record.
Representative Holberg.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Melin, from my understanding of the bill, if the Department of Teaching followed the directive of the original expungement order, they would have deleted the record and would not have record of it anymore. So they wouldn't have it to rely on because it was priorly expunged.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Holberg. Expungement means sealed, not delete, so they wouldn't have actually deleted it. But they would have had notice that a record exists because they would have been notified in the original court petition that somebody had petitioned for an expunged record, and it would have been directed at them. So they would have noticed that that same person applied 10 years down the road, but they wouldn't be able to use it to disqualify somebody from employment, which I think is, kind of goes to the purpose of the bill as well, to allow people to move on from past criminal records or juvenile records in order to obtain employment, so long as everybody has proper service and the right to weigh in on whether or not that person should be entitled to an expungement in the first place. This language that I have in here is what came to me from the Department of Education regarding employee background checks, so I would ask for members' support on the amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Close the roll. That brings 75 ayes and 55 nays. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We're now on the Erickson amendment. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw my amendment.
Representative Erickson withdraws her amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend House File 2576, the fifth engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A32.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment is aimed at actually removing some of the ability that was given to law enforcement and county attorneys in the bill to go back and use their investigative authorities to enter into or open expunged records. And Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to thank Representative Melin for her work on this bill, a difficult bill certainly to work through with a lot of agencies and a lot of interests included with the bill. Unfortunately, members, as we did this, there's some very sweeping reforms as you read the bill that allow a lot of expungements in areas where there's a lot of areas dealing with convictions. And the other side, the flip side of that coin, members, is you also have expungements of people who either have been acquitted or dismissed or never charged. And as part of Representative Melin's efforts in order to craft this bill, she and some of the agencies came to the agreement that would provide for those agencies to actually be able to go back into the records using their investigative powers to do so. The way expungements are today, members, is that you need an ex parte order from the judge to enter into an expunged order. And certainly the convictions in the bill now, which are new, it does make sense to allow law enforcement to enter into there for the purpose of investigations. But unfortunately, the way the agreement happened in the bill and the way the bill ended up, those that were acquittals, dismissals, or in some cases potentially charges that did not end up in, or the items that did not end up in actual charges, got swept up in that agreement as well. So the amendment, Mr. Speaker, aims at and aimed at, and I'm going to actually withdraw the amendment, but because it's not exacted to the way that I intended it to be developed. But what it intended to do was to fix that for those that have not been convictions or were not convictions. And I'm hopeful that we can work together and a future legislature or a future legislature can work to address that. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski withdraws his amendment. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2576 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, thank you, Representative Melin, for the bill, and I would encourage a green vote from the members. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and it's late, and I'll be brief. And I don't know if this bill needs some more work with what happened with the Board of Teaching, and it's going to go over to the Senate. But I have the highest respect for Representative Melin and her work. And just to tell you about some of the individuals affected by this bill, the easiest vote in the world is to vote no on this kind of a thing. But if you vote no, what you're going to do is you'll be disallowing some people who deserve to work the chance to work. There is the best way to rehabilitate people and keep them out of harm's way is to keep them working and paying their child support and letting them be what they have now, what they've paid their debt to society. The crimes in here are on the low end. They're not the most egregious ones. But some of these individuals make outstanding employees. And this is the kind of work that we do when we're at our best, is helping. Minnesota believes in rehabilitation, helping the rehabilitation process to go forward so that these can actually work, these men and women can work. And the bill needs a little bit of work, and is that what you're going to change it a little bit as you go forward. And the bill will come back even better. So I urge members to vote yes today and yes when it comes back. Thank you.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I, too, would also urge a green vote on this bill. I took an interest in this issue a couple of years ago, actually, in the northwest part of Hennepin County. We have Northwest League of Mayors Association, and we had individual come out from the Hennepin County Prosecutor's Office and talk to us about collateral consequences, collateral damage that is happening. And the court system in Hennepin County, as well as Wright County, I talked to probation officers there, about 70+% of their caseload is nonviolent felony type of convictions. In Minnesota, as Representative Melin mentioned, we actually have a little bit greater than the 1 in 5 she mentioned. 1 in 4 Minnesotans actually has a criminal record. And Mr. Speaker, the situation in Minnesota is we don't really lock people up. We don't have a real high rate of incarceration, but we do have a very high rate of correctional supervision. Right now, 1 in 26 Minnesotans is under direct correctional supervision. What concerns me the most about this, as Representative Abler has mentioned, is that if you believe in liberty, if you believe in not punishing people with impunity for the rest of their lives over something that has happened, they're not eligible for expungement until they've paid their debt to society and have gone through their probationary period. And oftentimes, because we don't incarcerate people, we encourage individuals who are under prosecution to enter into stays of adjudication. The stays of adjudication usually are plea deals, which requires a much longer term of probation than if they actually did the hard time. And so you can see where it gets difficult for folks who become in the law's snare, if you will, to get loose of that. And what my concern is, and based on the testimony of these prosecutors in Hennepin County, as well as Wright County, that it's appropriate to allow these folks an opportunity that have paid debt to society in terms of the conviction and probation to be able to move on with their life, to be able to take care of their families, to not be denied a job promotion, and perhaps even importantly to be able to, with that job promotion, finish their restitution if it's still unpaid. So I think this is an opportunity to give a second chance to people who deserve it. Again, it's not violent crimes, and it gets people off of the ever-rolling drum roll of public assistance and being able to take care of themselves. So I'd urge a green vote. Thank you very much.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And with the Isaacson amendment being withdrawn, the problem with the Board of Teaching is not fixed. With the 239 amendment that Representative Melin added to the, I believe, 824 amendment, she basically put so that they could see that there was a record, but not see what was in it. Members, words have meaning, and this bill needs work, and I understand redemption, I understand a second chance, but I also understand the realities of pushing a red and a green button with the language that's in a bill in front of you. And keep in mind that the Department of Human Service provides background checks for the Representative Koskinen's bill, the caretakers for apartment buildings. They can have keys to every single apartment in the complex. Now that the Board of Teaching language didn't go on, these are teaching licenses, bus drivers, people that work in nursing homes, that serve disabled individuals, and this bill definitely needs more work. I think that we have to really take a really hard look at those occupations and licensures that are related to vulnerable populations or a lot of access with no supervision, and really ask ourselves at what period of time should there be no knowledge of prior bad acts And this bill, in my opinion, is far from being to that place. And so I'm going to put up a red vote tonight, because what we have in front of us, in my mind, doesn't even come close to providing the protections to some of those vulnerable populations. This can be figured out. It's not going to be easy, but we have a whole 71-page report on background checks. They run the whole gamut from DPS doing it to BCA to Board of Teaching to local law enforcement authorities. And so I would encourage a red vote.
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I am happy to continue to work on the bill. Maybe there was a miscommunication between Representative Erickson and I was under the impression she was going to take my amendment. I would be happy to work on the Board of Teaching and Department of Education issue. In fact, they did adopt that language in the Senate. So going forward, I would be happy to strengthen that. There's no known opposition to this bill. The victims' advocates are supportive of the bill. As Representative Drazkowski knows, I liked his language, but as part of the sort of grand bargain here, we did make it easier for criminal justice agencies to access expunged records. So under the current law, criminal justice agencies need to seek an ex parte court order in order to access an expunged record. But now going forward, after this law is enacted, criminal justice agencies will be able to access expunged records without a court order for the purpose of prosecution, sentencing, investigating a crime, and some other employment in a criminal justice agency. And so I think that was what Representative Drazkowski was speaking to, that he was perhaps more comfortable with them seeking an ex parte court order, which is current law, and that's something that I like as well. But going forward, in order to get the support of the county attorneys and the law enforcement community and the advocates, we did agree to allow more access to expunged records. I would ask for members' support. I know that we've worked very hard on this language for the past few months, and Representative Holberg knows a lot about background checks, so I'll continue to work with her going forward in conference committee, because as I said, the Senate did adopt several provisions that you had cited. So I would ask for members' support today. This will make a difference in a lot of people's lives. People that we hear from every day, people that have made mistakes as a young person or a young adult and go on to rehabilitate themselves, but unfortunately due to a criminal record or a juvenile record are unable to get a job, even at a retail establishment. Some kids are even denied college admittance due to a juvenile record. People are denied housing due to a juvenile or criminal record. And this really is about giving people a second chance, but setting a bar really high in order for them to get that, to make sure that the court considers a number of really serious factors to determine whether or not that person deserves an expungement. So I'd ask for members' support today. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Melin, is there a way with this bill for a person who is a juvenile offender to get court permission to train for a position like teaching or nursing without waiting that? They could get their training during their waiting period?
Representative Melin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, current law, juveniles have been able to get juvenile records expunged since 1959, and there's no waiting period for a juvenile record expungement. So I'm not sure that they would need special permission to go ahead with any sort of employment that they may be seeking. Now, under the law, the court still has to determine all the factors, such as how much time has passed since the adjudication occurred, all the factors enumerated in the bill. The court would still have to decide that in expunging a juvenile record. Current law, actually, there is no considerations that the court has to give in expunging a juvenile record, so we did make it a little tighter and stricter in that regard.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. McDonald votes no. There being 85 ayes and 47 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2733. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2733, the second engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill's been through Policy and Finance and to the floor. It's a standard bill that I should say it's a DNR policy bill that we passed here every single year since I've been here for 12 years. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'd like to go to amendments.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Dill moving to amend House File 2733, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A23.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A23 amendment has to do with the Sustainable Forest Resources Act, and this went through Policy and Government Operations. It does all kinds of things to streamline the work of the council. It was scoped and vetted through the Sustainable Resources Council and was passed. The recommendations to get to the bill point unanimously. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Ansel moving to amend House File 2733, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A24.
Representative Ansel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, members, passed the Senate with no dissenting votes, and it is okay with the Minnesota PCA. What it does is it adds the word biorefinery to some language that we passed last year that included biofuel producers as eligible for an exemption to the mandatory environmental impact statement. That's the bill. It's non-controversial. Passed the Senate 67-0. I ask for your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moving to amend House File 2733, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A25.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is really pretty simple. It just deletes a portion of the bill that would prevent county commissioner from being a drainage inspector. There's very few of these around the state, and it only happens in counties where they don't have the resources to either hire a drainage inspector or they have no other means of putting this in. And I would, it's a simple amendment. It makes sense, and I ask for your support.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we heard this several places, and this is a Hansen provision. If Representative Hansen wants to discuss the amendment, otherwise we can go forward.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to be clear in the definition what we're talking about. We're talking about drainage inspectors, not drainage viewers. And what we're talking about is the enforcement ability of a county commissioner. It used to be that many counties had county commissioners who provided this enforcement role. We don't have county commissioners inspecting nursing homes. We don't have county commissioners doing the enforcement activities for other provisions. This is a provision that's on its way out in most counties. It's better to have a technical professional doing this. You don't have the turnover with county commissioners, and also it doesn't put the county commissioner in the role of being the enforcing authority. I'd ask opposition for the amendment.
Representative Green.
Mr. Speaker, I think Representative Fabian was up before me, but.
Oh, Representative Fabian.
It's okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Well, I've had some conversations, members, with some of our county commissioners back in northern Minnesota, and this is a common sense amendment that Representative Green is bringing here. It puts another tool in the toolbox for them to use. In some cases, they can do work for counties next door, not their own, and I would encourage a green vote, and I would ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make clear again that this is not done very often. It's only in counties where it's absolutely necessary, and generally the county commissioners know as much or more about the county than anybody else that's there. And out in the rural areas, it's common for these guys to be out in the field a lot. Thank you.
Seeing no, Representative Murphy.
Would county commissioners in central Minnesota be able to do this also?
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murphy, if they chose to, I suppose they could. But generally, in most parts of the state right now, there is other agencies in place. Your watershed districts also have their own. And so this is not something that's just going to be widespread over the state. It just simply allows counties and areas where they do not have access to the other agencies or funds. It just allows them to do this. It's not really complicated.
All right. Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Representative Huntley.
Mr. Speaker and members, earlier today we found out that Duluth was not considered part of northern Minnesota. So I'm very interested about whether this would affect the county commissioners in St. Louis County, which is not northern, so I suppose it's down in the central part of the state.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 2733 to second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there's an amendment to the amendment, if I'm not mistaken, or not. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a slight change in language that works with the DNR, and the Commissioner must waive a fee having to do with groundwater management. Thank you.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Runbeck and others moving to amend the Torkelson amendment as follows. The amendment is coded 238.
Representative Runbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In 2013, the legislature authorized the DNR to set up groundwater management areas and also to take charge of issuing water permits and determining whether there was sufficiency and sustainability in the groundwater supply to issue those permits. At the time, there are three pilot areas. You got a map, and it shows that there are 3 areas, groundwater management areas. There are pilots right now, and plans are being developed. The DNR set up advisory teams. All this amendment does really is to make sure that these teams are comprised of at least a majority of the water permit holders in those groundwater management areas. So in the case of the North and East Metro one, we're talking about 51 cities, all the way to the St. Croix River, so that they would have more of an opportunity to become real partners, to be stakeholders at the table as this plan is put together. We've worked with Craig Johnson from the League of Minnesota Cities, have had help from Representative Fisher, and support from the other folks in the groundwater management area, in the North and East Metro one, that is. But appreciate a green vote.
Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Runbeck, I think it's a good idea to put into statute a request or requirement for this advisory board. However, when I look at the language, I think it makes for some interesting winners and losers. And so what it says, members, on line 126 to line 2.2, that these members shall be selected from public and private entities in approximate proportion to the amount of water that's already been appropriated. So that means that the cities with a lot of wells will have a lot of say, and the cities that may have only 1 or 2 wells won't have much say, and individuals that have an individual well will actually not have much say at all, if any. But what that means is, say, a city that has 2 wells, when all the rest of them are a lot bigger, that city with 2 wells wants to develop a new residential area. And they have to get to this advisory committee who's going to say, well, we have limited groundwater here, and we don't want any new wells in the area, and we have the most votes, and we don't want this additional growth. This is a terrific anti-growth amendment, and I kind of come into the category of anti-growth, so I'm not opposing it, I'm just pointing it out. But it's also turns out to be a rather backdoor way of adopting a Western water law rather than the water law that we have in the state of Minnesota. We have water law that's fair share. Everybody gets a fair share because this is a public resource. In California, it's if you've got water rights, you've got water rights, and other people can't have them. So this amendment says that, geez, the folks who have water already have an upper leg. So I just point that out. That's the way it affects maybe the Northeast Metro, but the Straight River is very different. In the Straight River area, that's that sandy soil where the water goes through really quickly. There's a lot of nitrogen pollution up there, huge amount of irrigation. And there's one big irrigator. and that's the Offutt Potato Company. They raise the potatoes for McDonald's French fries. And because they are so big and have so many wells, they have statewide 700 irrigation wells, not all in the Central Sands area, but a lot of them. So because of your language that says public and private entities, they're private entities in approximate proportion to the amount of water appropriated, they will have a huge say, and say the city of Park Rapids, which probably doesn't appropriate as much water, will have little say. And the folks whose wells are being polluted by these big irrigators will have no say at all. So that's the language, and I think as we go forward, the consequences of this language, folks have got to think about their own districts, how it applies to their own districts, but realize that some people are big winners under your language, and some are big losers.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first like to thank Representative Runback for the work that she's done on this amendment that first came before the Environmental Natural Resource Policy Committee a few weeks ago. She's made a lot of changes to it and has really done a lot of work to help improve this going forward. And I hear the concerns that Representative Wagenius is expressing, and want to make sure that we keep those in mind. I'd also like to encourage people to vote green on this, to forward it on so we can continue the work to make this a better proposal and make sure that we get these concerns addressed. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I also support the Runback amendment. Up in my area in the Bonanza Valley, some eyebrows really got raised when the management advisory team was announced. At first blush, there were 19 members on that committee, and 2 were irrigators or farmers. So they really felt that they didn't have much of a voice in that advisory team. So I would support this amendment by Representative Runback.
Representative Runback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, members. Really, I think we're talking about a good government amendment. I mean, this is getting the right people at the table. You've still got the DNR that is going to make the final decisions. But you've got stakeholders that I don't think you'd want to dismiss. I mean, these people should be there, should be talking, certainly with respect to cities and city managers who run water utilities. They are experts. They have great ideas. They're already proactive in this area and want to do the best for the water resource. So I urge your support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 96 ayes and 30 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's also an 829 amendment at the desk, Representative Runback, which looks to be identical to the one we just put on.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw that amendment.
On the Torkelson amendment. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you. The Runback amendment eliminated any changes in my amendment because it deletes the section that was addressed in my amendment. So green vote on the amended amendment will do the job. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Okay. There being 15 hands, there will be a roll call. And members, Just for future reference, the Torkelson amendment, or the Rumbeck amendment actually was out of order. No one raised a point of order, so we won't do that, but you can't do a delete all on another amendment, because now we're just voting for the same thing twice. But we will take that vote today, but please be careful about that in the future. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 97 ayes and 30 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed, or the amendment is, motion prevails, the amendment is adopted. Clerk will move the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2733 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Dill.
Thank you to the Chief Clerk on that little lesson. I hadn't known that. I've been here 12 years. Thank you. On the delete all on the original Torkelson. Thank you. Well, this is a pretty easy bill. Everybody should be able to either vote any way they want. It's up to you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2096. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2096, the first engrossment, an act relating to elections.
Representative Simon.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we lay the bill on the table.
Representative Simon moves we lay the bill on the table. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1926. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1926, the third engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay this bill on the table.
Representative Hansen moves to lay the bill on the table. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1874. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1874, the second engrossment, an act relating to natural resources.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay this bill on the table.
Representative Purcell moves that we lay this bill on the table. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2060. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2060, the second engrossment, an act relating to food safety.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to lay my bill on the table.
Representative Barrett moves to lay his bill on the table. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Murphy E. for the Committee on Rules, pursuant to Rule 121 and 333, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, April 10th, 2014. House file numbers 2556, 2812, 2092, 1951, 1863, 2149, 2582, Senate File 2108, House File 2526, Senate File numbers 2221 and 1340, and House File Number 2217.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take action on those motions first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail. I'm assuming there's no announcements. Representative Murphy may have an announcement, actually. Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a roadmap for today. I hope everybody goes home and gets some sleep. We intend to convene tomorrow at noon. DFL members, we will caucus at 11 in room 217.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. GOP members will caucus tomorrow morning at 10:30 in our caucus room here at the Capitol, so 10:30 a.m.
Representative Murphy.
I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until noon, Wednesday, April 9th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves when the House adjourn today to adjourn until noon, Wednesday, April 9th, 2014. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves that the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails, and the House stands adjourned until noon, Wednesday, April 9th, 2014.